Hello, and welcome back, Bob Marley. One moment. I was literally about to take a sip of my drink, then I realized, oh, the timer's about to uh, expire. But yeah, thank you so much for passing by again, Bob Marley. Actually, I'm glad you returned because I will share some research, expanding about what we spoke about earlier towards the end of the workout stream that I had earlier today, which is great. And thank you again, Bob Marley, for passing by on the workout stream, and also for everyone else that passed by during the workout stream. It was a great, as always. And yeah, just hoping to do more of those. But yeah, now I'm back with hopefully some good science, or at least talking about science. And in this stream title, talking about peer review. We spoke about it a little bit during the workout stream, kind of going over the panel that I was on Wix panel, and maybe I'll show some of the panel. I don't know if I I don't know if I want to go down the road of like reviewing my panels and all that stuff. But maybe just I don't know, highlight a few things. We'll see. Playing it by ear. Like I definitely have like articles and research lined up, but nothing like super formalized. But first, starting with Bob Marley. I'm glad you're back, because again, I think there's so much to unpack with what you shared with like the results of your quiz. I think it explains like so much. But I'm absolutely not, I want to be clear, I'm absolutely not a qualified mental health professional at all in any capacity. I've absolutely done a lot of reading, but that only means so much. I'm just here to, you know, share research and what knowledge I've acquired. So with that, actually, I'm gonna show this. I'm gonna go over this later. So this is also super interesting. Even though I already knew this already. But yeah, in relation to you, Bob Marley. Okay. You know, one of the reasons why I think attachment styles are like so important. No, I don't just sit there. For like the last like 2 minutes, I sit there and wait. But no, mostly I'm like setting up, getting things together, kind of like last minute prep. Like pretty much the timer's not really there for like you, the audience per se. It's actually more there for like me in terms of like, okay, it's crunch time, get things together, and to kind of like, you know, hold myself accountable to a certain extent. But yeah, so one of the reasons why I think like attachment styles super informative for everyone to know about themselves, because it seems to be correlated and associated with lots of different things. And it seems to also like just kind of like color, or you know, shape the lens at which you not only view the world, but you view yourself. And so if you remember like the quiz, okay, and they gave you the results, right? And it's basically a graph, right? A graph with 4 quadrants, you know, just like any typical graph, 4 quadrants, you know, 2 quadrants, whatever, above and below the x-axis. And actually those 2 quadrants, so probably best maybe if I actually show the diagram, but I'm not. Second, we go back to that website from the Discord. I'm just logging in. Quiz. Bear with me. Okay. So whatever, we'll go with my results, and you can compare your results with my results. Nope, don't want that. There we go. Okay. So, you know, these are my results, and it's showing like, you know, the light changes over time because I took it twice. So yeah, it's you know, on the y-axis, or it's basically, you know, a measure of, you know, anxiousness and avoidance. And so yes, there's the 4 quadrants here, and as I said, like it's pretty much the dimensions of anxiousness and avoidance, or whatever it is I think it's either avoidance or anxiousness. But regardless, you can this graph, you can split it up that way. But these 4 quadrants, like, not only do they represent dimensions of anxiousness and avoidance, they also represent kind of like dimensions of like representations of others and the self. Okay, where basically, the most secure, okay, the lower left quadrant, generally speaking, that is reflected by, an overall positive view of the self and a positive view of others. As in, generally, those who score high on secure, they tend to have a more positive view of others. Basically, more optimistic. More trusting is also another way to put it. And that is actually borne out in the research. And then you pretty much just start manipulating those parameters, where if you go like to the right in this preoccupied quadrant, that is pretty much, that is a negative view of self, okay, and a positive view of others. This is one of the reasons why they, let's say, score higher on anxiety. It's because, they typically have kind of, self-esteem or self-worth issues, and they try to kind of like make up for that by, pretty much attaching strongly to others, because they view others as really positive, and actually like themselves as negative. And then if you move upwards in the fearful quadrant, although that's also labeled as disorganized, that's both a negative view of self and a negative view of others. Where it's like, this is one of the reasons why this is typically kind of also correlated with a whole bunch of other negative health outcomes or negative mental health outcomes, just because like, and it's one of the more, I guess, difficult to not treat, but basically rectify, I guess. And it's also known as like disorganized. And then this dismissing here, okay, is the one, if I remember correctly, you're more in that quadrant overall. That is pretty much like a positive view of self, and a negative view of others. Basically, it's kind of the mirror of this preoccupied one, which is why they tend to be like less social overall, at least when compared to individuals. And they also tend to have, on the surface, positive view of themselves. But again, if you scratch a little bit deeper, it's not so actually positive. Why I call it kind of a little bit more of a fragile self-esteem. Where this is one of the reasons why, so this is an actual scientific article, okay? Although it is a little bit old and dated, I can show more recent research. But it's by this individual here, and they're fairly noteworthy in this field of research, pretty much the attachment style literature. Pretty prolific. And so as they sort of outline here, secure people seek social support in times of need and rely on constructive coping strategies to regulate affect. And one of the reasons why, like secure people, they're more able to seek out support is because they have a positive view of others, as in they believe that other people will support them. As they say here, the secure persons were found to have a more balanced, complex, and coherent self-structure. And generally speaking, those who score high or higher on the avoidance dimension, they tend to not go to others for support. They generally view themselves as highly independent, okay? I mean, they say that, but I would say it's a kind of a false independence, because they typically tend to be, I would say, a little bit fragile, or basically more fragile than those who score high on security. Where it's like, yeah, as they sort of say here, insecure people rely on less constructive ways of coping and are less able at regulating affect, basically, and pretty much put it under the category of emotion regulation. And again, as I pretty much just outlined, secure adults have been found to have higher self-esteem than anxious and ambivalent people. With regard to avoidant adults, the findings are more ambiguous, okay? I now will point out that yes, back then, in the mid-90s, I would say it would be ambiguous. They were trying to tease it out, because that's why I say on the surface, it looks like avoidance. They have, higher self-esteem. But I think the research has borne out since then, since the mid-90s, that it's, if you compare it to those who are more secure, it really is kind of like a fragile self-esteem, or basically, not as secure, where like it's typically linked to kind of like competence. But then, basically their self-esteem and confidence can be faked or like rocked fairly easily, at least in comparison to those who are secure. Which that's why, like I said, or that's why they're saying here that it was a little bit more ambiguous in the 90s. But we have research now, pretty much, I would say, fairly conclusive, that we can confidently say that, those who score avoidant, like, yes, I'm just repeating the same thing. Like, on the surface, it looks like they have, high self-esteem. But in reality, deep down, they don't. Or not as high as, let's say, those who score as secure. That is sort of the breakdown. And that's sort of, and again, I would say this also explains to me, okay, in my opinion, why, you don't, let's say, things like art or music don't resonate strongly with you. That makes total sense to me, again, in my opinion. Where, I can totally see, this is why I bring it back to emotions. Where if you're not connected with your emotions, and like art and music and all that stuff, these are the subjective experiences, right? And if you're not connected with your emotions in that way, like, yeah, of course you're not gonna, pretty much have the full subjective experience of art, of music. Where it's like, yeah, that's why, like, when you're disconnected from yourself emotionally, okay, it's like, yeah, you're blocking out the negative. You're also blocking out the positive. Where it's like, yeah, you might protect yourself from, let's say, deep feelings of sadness, or maybe depression, although insecure attachment is associated with a higher risk of depression and anxiety. But like, yeah, there's the protective aspect of, like, yeah, you might not experience as much the negative emotions, but then also you don't have the rewarding parts, or the full rewarding parts of the positive emotions. Like, like music, strongly resonating with you. Like art, kind of like touching your soul. That would probably be like a foreign concept to you, just because, you're I would say you're hyper rational. Oh, and Desolate Mirror, welcome. Thank you so much for passing by. Always happy to see you. I hope you're doing well. And I should also emphasize, okay, that even if you don't score, so roughly half, depending on what research you look into, roughly half of the population, or like, 40, somewhere between 40 and 50% of the general population appears to be insecure, right? So that's a lot of people. And this is nothing like pathological per se, okay? That doesn't mean you're a bad person. That doesn't mean you're like a defective person. It just means that, I think this is something to pay attention to, and might be room for improvement. Where, like, if you know this about yourself, then, like, and this is something that's modifiable. It's changeable. Where I would put it under the umbrella of emotional intelligence, okay? Without defining what that is. Because, yeah, there's not, like, a really concrete definition of, like, what is emotional intelligence. But with that in mind, what we do, know with a high degree of confidence, that, like, emotional intelligence is a thing, and it appears to be modifiable, okay? Where, like, IQ, or intelligent quotient, or G, that doesn't seem to be so modifiable, or like maybe like at most a minuscule amount that you're able to modify, as opposed to like emotional intelligence that does appear to be like pretty modifiable. And I think we have more and more emerging research showing how important it is. And actually, I'll get to that with the research that I'm going to show shortly when it comes to empathy. What if you don't? Well, if you don't, well, that's like saying, what if you don't want confidence. Because, or that's almost like saying, what if I don't want, healthy self-esteem? That's almost like, you can choose that. That's totally fine. That's a legit choice. But just bear in mind that that's typically not like a good long-term strategy. Or like we know enough now that like if you have self-esteem issues, or like very low self-esteem, that's correlated with a whole bunch of negative outcomes over time. And I would say it's the same thing with like attachment styles. And there's definitely a heavy overlap between like attachment styles and self-esteem. Like the I would say the Venn diagram of overlap between those two concepts, like pretty high. And also Poser, welcome. Thank you so much for passing by. And yes, absolutely, I would say. So again, this is my opinion. I'm not a qualified mental health expert, but let's just say, logically speaking, if let's say we know with a high degree of confidence that you can increase your emotional intelligence, then the logic follows that you can lose emotional intelligence. And actually, we know this, okay? Relating this back to attachment styles, because attachment styles can change, okay? They can change as a result of certain, let's say, life experiences, certain traumatic life experiences, or let's say, a traumatic relationship that can totally affect your attachment style. And attachment style is associated pretty moderately with emotional intelligence. So like absolutely, let's say, to me, it follows and is reasonable to think that you can lose emotional intelligence. Is emotional intelligence more about your inner thoughts? Actually, more about what you actually... that's an excellent question. Okay. I would say it is mostly about your emotional awareness and your ability to regulate your emotions, understand them, process them, etc., etc. That's how I would define it. But again, I'm definitely not a mental health expert or psychological expert. And Louis 13, welcome. Thanks so much for passing by. Yeah, Happy New Year to you as well. So I would clarify. So here's where it gets interesting. You say you feel like you usually know what the right thing to do in some of those settings. And I would ask you, do you feel like you've always known that? Or as a result of, you kind of like learning through trial and error, like you figured it out? Where it's like, okay, now you know what to do because like you've had enough rehearsals that, you can do it. Or like, has this always been like an intuitive process to you? I suspect I know what the answer is. And Reedsters, welcome. And Happy New Year to you as well. Hope you're doing well. But, okay, I don't want to get too... I gotta do a whole stream devoted to this at some point. Let's see. And as they sort of again, there's many articles, a lot of research showing how the way you attach, just colors the way you view, not only you view the world, but definitely how you view other people, how you view, let's say, your significant other or your attachment figures in a relationship. Now relating this, go on the topic of emotions, emotional regulation, emotional processing, emotional awareness, okay? And let's say its importance, at least in my opinion, its importance. This is published, technically late last year. This is not a surprise to me. Even though there was quite a bit of research, demonstrating this. But this is the largest study ever. Confirms as in we had strong suspicions based off of previous research. And then now this largest study just further confirms that. Not that the case is closed. Obviously, more research could be done. Science is pretty much an infinite endeavor. But this just adds to the growing body of research showing that, at least when it comes to a certain dimension of empathy, women tend to be, let's say, better at that. So I think it's just about logical thinking, so not intuition, I and say. And here's where, I would want to clarify, as in, like, you've always logically known what to do, or, like, again, logically you figured it out. Right. And this perfectly tracks with, like, those who tend to score quite high on avoidance. Like, they're not exactly social butterflies, and they, like I said, they typically have that negative view of others. Okay. So this study here, and it was published in the Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences, so a fairly quite respected journal, scientific journal. And I'm going to relate this, okay, to, like, so this past Thursday, when I was on the panel about peer review, technically, the panel was supposed to be about two topics. It's supposed to be about, talking a little bit, a casual conversation about peer review, and maybe what to do to improve it, or not improve it. And the second topic was, the growing gender disparity of men and women when it comes to university enrollment, or basically higher education enrollment and higher education completion. And I think something like empathy, actually is a contributing factor as to why there's this growing disparity between men and women when it comes to basically academic achievement at college and beyond. I think this emotional awareness aspect is super critical. And I would say, on the whole, my opinion, that generally speaking, I think women, the way they're socialized, this is not a biological argument, through socialization, I think on average, women have an edge when it comes to kind of like the emotional intelligence realm. And I think we're seeing that play out at the higher education level. And I'm going to unpack that a little bit more. That doesn't, because I can totally understand why what I'm saying sounds ridiculous on the surface. So, to many people, it may come as little surprise that women on average are better than men at putting themselves in others' shoes and imagining what another person is thinking or feeling. And also, there are, well, generally speaking, there are two dimensions of empathy, at least as far as I know, when it comes to, how the field of psychology understands empathy. There's kind of like two aspects to it. There's what they call affective empathy, okay, and as they mention here, cognitive empathy. This is what's pretty much known as perspective taking. Pretty much your ability to kind of place yourself in someone else's shoes, but not necessarily feel what they're feeling. The affective empathy, okay, is like you feeling the other person's feelings. As in, like, if you observe someone who is, deeply sad, then you also feel deeply sad. That is more the affective empathy. You are, in some ways experiencing what they are experiencing. As opposed to the cognitive empathy, okay, that's perspective taking. As in, like, you can place, you have the ability to place yourself in their shoes and understand at a cognitive level their emotional experience and why they feel the way they feel, but you're not actually experiencing, at least not to a high degree, their emotional experience. And I think this cognitive empathy aspect is critical. So, not only has the stereotypical verdict now been confirmed across 57 countries in the largest study to date, but also it was observed across all ages and most countries, according to the researchers. Importantly, there was no country where males on average scored significantly higher than females. The study, led by the University of Cambridge and published in the Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences, set out to explore the attribute formerly known as cognitive empathy, which the authors described as a fundamental part of human social interaction and communication, also known as theory of mind. I'm skeptical that there are inherent differences in empathy between marriages. I would agree with that. Like, that's why I said, like, I'm not making a biological argument. I think, I don't know for sure, but I strongly suspect this is due to socialization and upbringing. Basically, nurture and not nature. And we know, okay, there's actually quite a bit of research showing that you can modify your levels of empathy. Or you can modify specifically your levels of cognitive empathy. And relating it back, okay? One second. I'm gonna be coming back to this, over and over. Where, no surprise, there's a relationship between attachment styles and empathy. And, no surprise, generally speaking, those who score high on secure attachment, they tend to have a better ability to empathize and to pretty much, undergo that process of perspective taking. Where the impact of attachment orientation on empathy in adults. So, like, yeah, there's... I return to this over and over. So, women better at reading the mind in the eyes. They said that one of the most widely used tests for studying theory of mind is the reading the mind in the eyes test, or eyes test for short. First developed in 1997 by Professor Sir Simon Baron-Cohen, and actually, I believe this is actually a relative, I think brother or cousin of actually Sacha Baron Cohen, Borat, who is pretty noteworthy in the psychological world or field of psychology. I believe they do quite a bit of research. I think they have done like pioneering research on autism, if I remember correctly. Autism research. Cousin of Sacha Baron Cohen. Pretty interesting kind of like dichotomy of like, although they're cousins, not exactly like the super closely related. But like, Sacha Baron Cohen, I guess. I don't even know how to describe them. Not really a comedian. And they're like, Simon Baron Cohen, like pretty internationally renowned psychological researcher. So the eyes test asks participants to pick which of a choice of words best describes what the person in the photo is thinking or feeling, just by viewing photos of their eye region. Then, well, that pretty much answers that question. Like, and totally, like reading eyes, reading faces, that is totally an important aspect of emotional intelligence, where we have faces for a reason. We have very animated faces for a reason, right? Like I don't know, I can't remember for sure. But I think if you compare like our facial muscles, or the number of facial muscles that we have as humans, and compared to other primates, I believe, I don't know for sure, but if I remember correctly, I believe that we just have a much greater proportion, a much greater number of facial muscles in order to like have all the expressions that we have. Oh, and Wolfglen, welcome. Thank you so much for passing by. I hope you're doing well. I definitely know you from Wix community. Happy to have you here. And yeah, micro expressions do exist. And like again, not only does the macro matter, but the micro matter as well. Where again, and this is why like I think face-to-face interaction is super critical. And again, and this is why rewinding when I don't know, like a month ago or like 2 months ago, when I was on a panel about dating apps, my position was like, dating apps, waste of time. Like, go meet people in the real world, or cultivate the skill to meet people in the real world, because like I think face-to-face interactions are like super critical, and we have faces for a reason. So, in its revised 2001 version, it has become a well-established assessment of theory of mind and is listed as one of 2 recommended tests for measuring individual differences in understanding mental states by the National Institute of Mental Health in the US. Previous studies have demonstrated that on average, women have an advantage on the eyes test, but most of these studies were limited to relatively small samples, without much diversity in terms of geography, culture, and/or age, and it was unknown whether the female advantage persisted across the lifespan or across the countries. So the team set out to assess sex and age differences using the English version of the eyes test in merged samples from 57 countries, including a total of about 300,000 English-speaking volunteers aged 60 to 70, recruited online between February 2013 and May 2019. This is over a pretty decent amount of time. Interesting, whatever title, No Country for Empathic Men. On a 36-item eyes test, female participants scored on average significantly higher than males in 36 countries, and had scores similar to males in 21 countries. In no country were men's average scores significantly higher than women's. The sex difference in average scores was seen across the lifespan, from 16 to 70 years of age, and confirmed in 3 independent datasets. It was also confirmed in translated versions of the test, with a statistical female advantage seen in 12 of 16 countries on non-English versions of the eyes test spanning 8 languages. Exploratory country-level analyses showed that the female advantage was negatively linked to prosperity and autonomy, and positively linked to collectivism. The team also demonstrated that empathizing systemizing brain types predicted eyes test performance above and beyond sex differences. Dr. David Greenberg, lead scientist on the study and honorary research associate at Cambridge University, said our results provide some of the first evidence that the well-known phenomenon that females are on average more empathic than males is present in a wide range of countries across the globe. It's only by using very large datasets that we can say this with confidence. Although the study could not determine the cause of this sex difference, cause, the authors said that prior research suggested it could be the result of both biological and social factors. Consistent sex difference across countries, languages, and ages. Team member Dr. Carrie Allison, Director of Applied Research at the Autism Research Center, said, "This study clearly demonstrates a largely consistent sex difference across countries, languages, and ages. This raises new questions for future research about the social and biological factors that may contribute to the observed on-average sex difference in cognitive empathy." Professor Baron Cohen, senior author of the study, said studies of on-average sex differences say nothing about an individual's mind or aptitude, since an individual may be typical or atypical for their sex. The eyes test reveals that many individuals struggle to read facial expressions for a variety of reasons. Support should be available for those who see. Like, yeah, totally true. That's the end of this summary. So I have the original article that they're referring to. This one. No, it should be this one. Yeah, sex and age differences in theory of mind across 57 countries, using the English version of the reading of the mind, reading the mind in the eyes test. And this is like, yeah, as mentioned, the proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences. Like, I'm not going to go through the entire study, but I do want to highlight pretty much like towards the end that like this is not some sort of like biological argument, as they explicitly say here. We cannot determine causation from our data, as our study does not investigate mechanisms. The robust, on average, female advantage on the eyes test across countries may have both biological and social determinants. For instance, the gender intensification theory suggests that the observed sex differences might be partly explained by expected gender roles to which children, adolescents, and adults have increased pressure to conform. In terms of biology, there is a significant negative correlation between prenatal testosterone and scores on the eyes test. Additionally, while SNP heritability, this is small nucleotide polymorphisms, basically small changes in the genetic code. Second, you highlight that. Yeah, while SNP heritability for the eyes test is identical between the sexes, the genetic correlation between the sexes in adulthood is modest and statistically less than 1, with 1 being the maximum genetic correlation. This suggests that there may be different genetic pathways underlying the development of theory of mind between the sexes. In terms of biosocial explanations, it is possible that early sex differences stem from biological factors, but are maintained or amplified by social factors that are prevalent in the countries we observed. These potential mechanisms should be investigated in larger studies to better understand what generates these sex differences. So like, yeah, as of right now, we don't know the causal mechanism behind this. And this study, as they say, doesn't say anything about the cause. And this is just my opinion. I lean more towards this being largely social or nurture, and not nature. But this is just my thoughts. Let's see. Yeah, muscles around the eyes are expressive, but that doesn't sound like a skill that can be learned. That sounds like some evolutionary. Oh, I do believe, can be learned. Where, totally, there's an intuitive aspect. Like, could you, let's say, could you become as good as someone where this process is like, perfectly intuitive? I don't know. Probably not. But again, we do know there's quite a bit of evidence to show that you can modify your levels of empathy, or you can modify your levels of cognitive empathy. And this all relates back to attachment. And expanding on why I think this moderating factor of empathy is also affecting the things that we see in higher education. So let me bring up the research as to why I'm saying. One moment. Okay. So I'm going to start with this. So I just went through, this, this summary of the research, further showing that on average, women score higher on cognitive empathy than men. Okay. Now, how do I relate this to like higher education and this growing disparity between men and women in higher education? And so, like, one of the common sort of, especially when in relation to the STEM fields, a lot of the arguments that get put forward as to why, like, women are like doing great at university, but they're still kind of like lagging behind in some fields in STEM. But like women have taken over like medicine, pretty much like all aspects of like healthcare. Yeah, they've always dominated nursing, and as of the past few years, they are the majority in medical school, and that appears to be only getting worse. Okay, and one of the arguments put forth as to like why now, okay, women are dominating, medicine, is because just women are interested in people. Okay, men are interested in things, and women is just like about people. And therefore they're attracted or they gravitate towards people-oriented professions or interests. I think that's a silly way to analyze things, but that's just my opinion. But what is interesting, okay, like if we know, and that what I just went through, that empathy, generally speaking, is much higher. Whoops, sorry that I minimized that. If we know that empathy, on average, is much higher in women, well, we know, actually, that empathy affects resilience, okay? And there's research that I'm showing that backs that up, as in it's a little bit counterintuitive, okay? But many people think that, if you're deeply empathic, well, you're just going to become this fragile, thing. Where like, yes, if you are extremely empathic, and the specific type of empathy called affective empathy, where like you are feeling the other person's feelings, then yes, that is emotionally draining. But what we do know, actually, and this is what this research that I'm showing concludes, okay, it's like you can actually increase your resiliency by increasing your empathy. And that was like the explicit conclusion of this research here. Where, so alexithymia, this is basically kind of like a pathological form of emotional unawareness. As in, if you are highly alexithymic, you are highly emotionally unaware, like really not aware of your emotional experience, or can't really verbalize it all that well. So yeah, alexithymia, empathy, gender, and year of formation correspond to predicting factors of resilience. They suggest that the resilience of vulnerable residents can be enhanced by increasing their empathy and by reducing their alexithymia. So like reducing their inability to understand and verbalize their emotions. Okay, and this is why, like, talking almost directly to you, Bob Marley, where it's counterintuitive, but like the more emotionally unaware that you tend to be, or like the more emotionally disconnected you tend to be, the more fragile you tend to be. At least over the long term. There might be some temporary benefits.
Welcome to Flavor Country.
Oh, and Tattoo Lover 26, thank you so much for the follow. Much appreciated. Happy to have you here. Where, like, yeah, it seems super counterintuitive, but like, yeah, disconnecting from your emotions seems to kind of make you pretty much less resilient. Okay, that's why they say it here, where it's like, again, increasing empathy can actually increase your resilience. Uh, and if we know this about, let's say, medical students, and I think it's fair to say you need a decent amount of resilience to get through medical school. I haven't been through it, but I know many people who have, and I have taught many students who have gone on to go through medical school and become full-fledged doctors. Um, and I think this holds true for a lot of things. I think just to get through university, to get through higher education, it requires some amount of resiliency or perseverance. And if we know, okay, in the research that I just shown, that men on average score lower on empathy, well then they might score lower on resilience overall. At least if you extrapolate it over the long term. Let's see. Let me just catch up with chat. Moment. How will it largely be social? Learning how to analyze micro eye muscle movements and relating them to emotions. Okay, yeah. So I wouldn't call it training. It's so interesting. I have to logically argue you into understanding emotions. So I would say you don't necessarily need to train to read other people. What I would say is probably, again, this is just my opinion. I'm not a qualified mental health expert. I think the best way, okay, to increase your cognitive empathy is to understand your own emotional experience, to understand your own emotions. Because if you understand your own emotions, well then, you are no different than, you're not that much different, emotionally speaking, from other people. And so if you understand, your emotions, you're able to verbalize them, process them, identify them, then it generally becomes much easier to place yourself in someone's shoes and understand their emotional experience, because all you're doing is placing yourself in someone else's shoes, okay? And trying to pretty much imagine, well, how would I feel in that situation? Well, if you know your own emotional world, it's not all that different to understand someone else's emotional world, because it should track pretty closely. In terms of if you see something happening or observe something happening that's making someone angry or whatever, well, if you understand, what induces anger in you, and the extent to which it induces anger in you, or how it upsets you, well then it should not be a foreign concept in terms of oh, okay, I can see why this person is angry, because if I were in that position, I would be angry or upset too. Let's see. I think I remember some chart where it was how to draw emotions. There are many things, totally. If women are interested in people, why are they underrepresented in the largest social science of economics? Is this a trick question? Is economics, yeah, I think, well, yeah, how would you... I don't believe in these categories of people versus things. I think this is some of the stupidest classification of disciplines or domains ever. But yeah, do you put economics in, the people category or the things category? I don't know. I think women prioritize self-preservation more, which, totally. I think, generally speaking, not only this self-preservation aspect, I think also, on average, I think women, the way, again, I'm making a nurture argument, not a nature argument, just the way they're socialized, etc., etc. I think also, on average, women have a greater ability to be, self-compassionate towards themselves. And self-compassion appears to be pretty critical to a lot of positive things. How is fragility defined? As in, if something bad happens, you're slower to bounce back. That's one way to... So there's many definitions of resiliency. That's sort of yeah, that's one of them in terms of your ability to bounce back, or, your ability to resist, let's say, negative events from throwing you off course or abandoning a goal. It's also related to anxiety and depression. Basically, your risk for anxiety and depression. basically like the more resilient you are, generally speaking, the lower risk you have of experiencing anxiety and depression as a result of negative life events. What does understanding your emotions mean? Like categorizing them, for example, knowing when you're sad. So it is totally like knowing not only when you're sad, what is it that makes you sad, why you are sad, and like that for every other emotion. You know, angry, frustrated, whatever, confused, upset, whatever. Name your emotion. It's not self-evident. Like ideally it should be, but I mean that's literally what this like this condition or state represents, where it's like it's the extreme form of like for those who are extremely alexithymic, like it is absolutely not self-evident of their emotional world. I think no one has the time for literally place. I don't. Well, yeah, literally, I agree with you. That's fair. I know it's hot topic because it just happened this week. But did you read the article that our current First Lady Jill Biden was getting lesions? No, I did not. If you want to link an article, by all means, I'd be happy to check it out. I think it's part of a more general system of predicting what will happen, which includes estimating other people's emotional states and future behaviors and outcomes. Totally. See that website where it helps people describe. So there's definitely quite a few. I haven't seen that website, but there's whoopsies. Like this is this is literally why these things exist. Like there are literal emotion wheels. These exist for a reason, and these are used. These are used in like a by actual psychologists or mental health experts. These are a tool that's used in order to help people understand their emotions, identify them, process them, or even just like put a word to what they're experiencing. Yes, you are. That's the thing. Like, well, let's just say, if your brain is sad, but you don't know that your brain is sad, like, you can ask that philosophical question of, are you really sad? But what I would say is like, yes, it's totally affecting you, and taking a toll. Thank you so much. Link. Moment. That's not what I do. Minor skin can. Oh, interesting. And unfortunate. I mean, obviously, I hope everything's okay. But given, I think this is just this is the process of aging, unfortunately. No surprise, Joe Biden is quite old, and I imagine Joe Biden is not that far. And I don't know her exact age, but I can't imagine she's like 30 years younger than Joe Biden. 71. I guess they're like what, roughly 10 years apart, 10 or 12 years apart. Yeah, okay, they're like 9 years apart. But yeah, this is the unfortunate part of aging. You undergo common outpatient known as search, remove, and definitively examine the tissue. So this is basically like an invasive biopsy. Doesn't seem like they know what it is, but they're just going to like basically, I guess, surgically remove it and probably analyze it. Okay. Yeah, the emotion wheel. Yeah, exactly. That's why I shown this. Like totally, I know of emotion wheel. And like these are like legit things. For sure. which again, I think about everyone can benefit from knowing their attachment style. And so going back uh, to this aspect of, let's say, resiliency, and again, no surprise, okay, that resiliency is also related to your attachment style, and no surprise, those who score higher on secure attachment, they tend to be more resilient. Where, like, generally speaking, okay, they have a lower risk of anxiety, lower risk of depression, across the lifespan. This is not to say that they're immune to it. Okay, I just want to emphasize just lower risk. Okay, and yeah, they have basically, as outlined here, both attachment anxiety and attachment avoidance may significantly reduce individuals' well-being by increasing their psychological inflexibility and decreasing their resilience and mindfulness. It might be useful to develop interventions designed to improve the psychological well-being of insecurely attached individuals by promoting their self-awareness, mindfulness, and resilience, as well as reducing their psychological inflexibility. And I would say maybe, Bob Marley, you might be exhibiting some of that psychological inflexibility. Where, again, like, this is, I think this is useful information to know, in terms of, like, if this is something you don't have to do anything at all, but just, I would want you to be aware that, like, generally speaking, like, across the lifespan, scoring more towards the insecure attachment dimension is, like, associated with basically increased risk of certain negative things. This is just, again, across the lifespan and not guaranteed. You can totally be an overall functioning human being across the lifespan, despite an insecure attachment style. Probably feel like you're entitled to someone else's time is the classic answer. How does so I don't know, like, it's really hard to, like, isolate behaviors in isolation. But let's just say, I wouldn't say entitled, but let's just say if someone's very demanding of your time, and I guess maybe they feel a little bit of entitlement, like, totally, I would say there's probably some association with insecure attachment, where totally those who score more on the anxious side of attachment, they can be, I'm not saying they are or it's guaranteed, but they can be very demanding, or needy might be the more appropriate word. And time can totally be a part of that need. And going back, okay, and here, going back to the resilience, like, again, this is borne out over and over in the research. Like, does a secure attachment style predict a high psychological resilience in patients with cancer receiving chemotherapy? Spoiler alert, the answer is yes. And like, you see this play out in, like, pretty significant life events, like dealing with cancer and receiving chemotherapy. As this article concludes, this study demonstrates that the secure attachment style in patients with cancer improves stress resilience as compared to the insecure attachment style. Our findings also show that insufficient perceived social support is likely a negative factor in resilience. So, like, there's two aspects to this, where, like, so part of this increased resilience that those who score high on security, part of it is due to the fact that, generally speaking, those who score higher on attachment security, they have greater social support, because they typically have a more optimistic view of other people. They're generally more trusting of other people, and so building a support network is easier for them. So that's one aspect as to why, generally speaking, those who score high on security, they tend to be more resilient. That might be one explanation. for part of the explanation. Another part is probably also due to the fact that, again, those who let's say have a secure attachment style, they also tend to be more emotionally aware and more they are better able to emotionally regulate. And so negative emotional experiences, like they are better able to manage or process. And as I mentioned, there appear to be ways of boosting empathy, cognitive empathy. And this goes hand in hand with there are ways of increasing your attachment security, and that's what this article is about. Where, like, no surprise, okay, if you boost someone towards attachment security, they tend to be more altruistic. And I would say that is, I think there's a pretty strong relationship, okay, between altruism and empathy, where, like, no surprise, this is borne out in the research as well. Those who score higher on empathy, they tend to be more altruistic. And that's where it's like this intermixing of things, where, like, yeah, attachment security associated with empathy associated with altruism. Well, you can increase your empathy by increasing your attachment security, and that will potentially boost your levels of altruism. It's interesting. When I was younger, I used to think I have 2 webbed toes on both feet. It would make me feel weirded out from my friends and family, but as I get older, my childhood was right to help me swim better. So I would say if you're able to turn that into a positive event, or just so happen to work out, like, that sounds like a fantastic thing. And the last thing I will say, where, again, as I said, it is borne out over and over in the research in terms of attachment security, and also its association with compassion and altruism and empathy. And one of the ways, at least according to the research, that we, let's say, boost attachment security is through security priming. Let's see. Yeah. Basically, like, these are like small interventions that kind of like prime the secure attachment system. That's why they call it security priming. Whereas they sort of say here, and this relates directly, okay, to what we just covered in terms of empathy, reading faces. Like this is this research right here. Where priming the secure attachment schema affects the emotional face processing bias in attachment anxiety. Where, like, if you prime someone towards security, that affects the way they process faces or emotions displayed on people's faces. And this is fMRI research, so this is like a neuroscience research. Estimating someone else's perspective is straightforward enough, but I just have no concept of how you'd feel other people's emotions. That sounds like telepathy. If it wasn't Corey saying this, I think it's... And that's fair. It's not surprising to me that might be a little bit of a foreign concept to you. Like, oh, you actually feel someone's emotions? But that is totally the affective empathy. That is a known thing. Or yeah, the emotional empathy is the ability to respond with an appropriate emotion to another's mental state. Our ability to empathize emotionally is based on emotional contagion. Blah. Yeah, so like this is sort of like the in the vein of emotional. That's why they sort of label it as emotional contagion. It's like, well, use the extreme example. It's like, if you see someone throw up, that kind of like, for some people, it makes them want to throw up. Where it's like, if you see someone sad, that makes you sad. If you see someone in distress, that makes you feel in distress. So like, and these are known human phenomena that are part of the human experience. As in, like, I would say the ability to also feel other people's emotions, or at least, you know, get a sense of what other people are feeling through your own feelings. Like, I would say that's a good thing. Where, like, I have no problem saying that, like, yes, when someone I care about, or just about anybody, you know, if I see them in distress, if I see that they are sad, or upset, like, that makes me feel sad. Like, I don't think I feel as sad as them, because, like, you know, I totally you know, I've totally observed someone I care about, like, in tears, you know, crying, deeply sad. And I feel sad as well, but I am not also crying. Like, it's just more like, you know, yeah, my heart goes out to them. And I think that's an important thing, like, to experience. Let's see. Do you think when it comes to increasing attachment securities comes down not only to life experience, but by each generation taking? Yeah, this is a great let's say, question and statement. So, and I don't know that we have a lot of good research about this. There might be. I just might not be aware of it. But I would say totally. This, let's say, we know that intergenerational trauma appears to be a thing. And that appears to be well documented. Where, like, you know, depending on the generation and what that generation experienced, that totally can affect, you know, basically that generation's life history. And we know, okay, that definitely trauma affects one's attachment style. And so, like, to answer your question, like, yes, just as we know, like, certain traumatic events can affect an entire generation, and affect the mental health of an entire generation, and subsequent generations. Again, I don't know this for sure, but I would suspect the same thing holds true for attachment styles. Or, like, yeah, given certain, you know, world events or events that a generation experiences, I have no doubt that it can affect, or I have very little doubt that it can affect their attachment style, and that can resonate throughout multiple generations. I can totally see that as feasible and probable. I do understand that concept when I see someone hurts her. Well, so if that's a starting point, like, if that opens the door of, like, oh, I can empathize with someone else's pain, I would say that's a good thing. And I would say, like, lean into that. And that would, you know, again, I'm not a mental health professional at all. But let's just say, you know, if I were to give, you know, a personal recommendation, I would say you probably need to lean more into your emotions. Probably. So when it comes to, like, the attachment dimensions, okay, going back to, like, this graph here. Okay. So, if you're up here in what they call, like, the dismissing avoidance quadrant, this is where you are on average more disconnected from your emotions. I would say more emotionally kind of, like, stunted to a certain extent. And therefore, you know, I would say, in my opinion, you need to lean more into your emotions. But if you're on this dimension here, this is why I say it's like two sides of the same coin. Where, like, on this anxious, preoccupied quadrant, the lower right hand quadrant, I would say on average, these individuals, they lean too much into their emotions. Where, like, they are almost, like, too connected to their emotions. Where, like, Up here, you're too emotionally disconnected. Here, you are too emotionally connected. It's almost like you can't get out of your emotions. Where like if you are sad, or like if you're experiencing a certain negative emotion, okay, it's very difficult for you to like kind of get out of that negative emotional experience. And this is one of the reasons I think I strongly suspect this is one of the reasons why that also those who score high in this dimension, this anxious preoccupied, they are also at increased risk of anxiety, depression. Yes, also lean into negative emotions. I would say lean into all your emotions. I'm not saying like go full like YOLO, like if I'm not saying like turn your anger into rage. And when I say lean into, I guess I should maybe be more specific in terms of like really try and pay attention. And like if let's say tomorrow you have some sort of negative emotional event, and maybe your first instinct is to kind of like ignore it or like brush it off. I would say, this is just me, my opinion, I would say if you're able to, like, just take a moment and like, ask yourself, well, okay, what was I feeling? Try to like put an actual word to it. You don't necessarily need to use like that emotion wheel. And maybe just ask yourself why. Like, why were you feeling that way? Like, can you actually like track, like, oh, okay, this person that did this, that resulted in this, and that made me feel this way. That's more or less what I mean in terms of like lean into your emotions. Like, pretty much like pause, identify, try and process. You don't need to like dissect, where it's like you're just spending the rest of your day processing your emotions. But this is just like, a 30 second to like 1 minute like kind of exercise. Like, okay, I felt something. What was it and why did I feel that way? Let's see. Yeah, this is getting into deep into the psychology stuff, which like I'm totally for. Like I need to probably like devote multiple streams to this. But there totally appears to be like a correlation between like attachment style and neuroticism, or like no surprise, those who score higher on anxiety, they're also predisposed to negative thoughts. So there's also like interesting research showing like the gender distribution between attachment styles, where it's like it seems like on average women are more towards like the anxious side, and thus lean too much into their emotions, as opposed to like it seems like on average men tend to appear to score higher more on the avoidant side, and thus lean too little their emotions. It's interesting we're talking about this because I read an article on my phone the other day online about attachment securities of some Generation Z feeling uncomfortable using technology at work because they might not like getting or taking phone calls to someone. I think maybe women is trying to help. Yeah, totally. And if there are more and more people becoming aware of attachment styles, I think that's a good thing. I think it's healthy to be generally stoic. Emotions are cool and all, but they aren't interesting enough to be a major part of life. So it depends on which. So I would ask you to clarify if you want to. Okay. If I ask anything, you're not obliged to answer. But I'm curious to know if you want to say, like, do you mean like stoic, like in the conventional sense of like what we mean today as stoic, or do you mean like stoic capital S, like Greek and Roman stoic? Because depending on how you're using this word stoic, I might disagree with your assessment. And rhinos are unicorns. Welcome. Thank you so much for passing by. Thank you so much for the lurk. I need to like add a message for lurking. So I would say not necessarily. Like, I'm not saying... I am not saying necessarily that if you're feeling sad, like, you know, you should lean into it and then, you know, just like force yourself to cry. I'm just really just like encouraging you to just like, hey, take a moment. And I don't think this is incompatible with like rationally assessing. Like, I understand like why your intuition, why like you might logically conclude that it's more rational to assess the situation and divorce yourself from the emotion. But what I would say is like, yeah, that might work every once in a while. And there's totally something to be said for like, you know, sometimes putting emotions on the back burner, depending on the context. But I think on the whole, in terms of like a life strategy, the overall like better long-term life strategy is to like be emotionally aware, to at the very least know and understand what you are feeling and why you are feeling it, because emotions are information, where like, you know, I would say like they are one of your senses. And so like to me it's almost like you are in some senses, for lack of a better, I'm using the word sense too much, but just as you would probably never voluntarily like you know, blind yourself or go throughout your day with a blindfold on, I would say it should be the same thing when it comes to emotions. It's probably not a good idea to go through your daily life blinded to your emotions or your emotional experience. Just as the eyes give you information about the visual world, okay, your emotions give you information about your internal world. And I'm not saying that that information that it's giving you is always correct or should always be listened to, but it should always be paid attention to. Just as your eyes can deceive you, just as your ears can deceive you, like we've all misheard something. I think we've all had the experience of like you thought you heard someone call your name. It turns out they didn't. Okay, but you do not then conclude that you can no longer trust your ears or what you hear. You still choose to hear. And I think it's fair to say that no one ever really like voluntarily like deafens themselves or blinds themselves, except for maybe Oedipus, you know. But that's about it. Where it's like, you know, you rely on your eyes and ears for information, information about the external world. I think I would make the same argument for your emotional world. Let's see. Be an empath uses totally. Even though you might say that jokingly, but I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. Let's see. I always think. Okay, if you always think of Greek and Roman, then I would agree with you with this statement. I think the Stoics, capital S Stoics, Greek and Roman, totally they have a lot to say about emotions, and I think they have. And even though, well, if you think Greek and Roman, that's great, but the modern term of Stoic, I think, is pretty much like almost universally interpreted as like emotional suppression, or like emotional unawareness, or like ignoring your emotions. And that I would strongly discourage that type of stoicism, of just like ignoring or suppressing your emotions. I would say no bueno, don't do that. But the Greek and Roman Stoics, they do not advocate for that at all. Is there an evolutionary function of sadness besides sadness being a deterrent to letting sad things happen? As in, if the bad thing has already happened, what benefit is there to be sad about it? Well, so it depends. I think, on the context. Because, like, I think it's fair to say that adult sadness is different than, you know, child sadness. Where, like, you know, an infant crying, like that, even so, I don't know for sure, but I don't think we have fully teased out, let's say, the full evolutionary rationale for crying, or like shedding tears in times of distress. I don't think we have a full understanding of like why we do that. I think we have like good working hypotheses, and like some theories ground in evidence, but I don't know for sure. But based off of the limited research that I've done, this is just my understanding in terms of I don't think we really know, I don't think we fully know the full functioning of why we cry. I think some things put out there of like, well, I think it seems to be important for, you know, children to cry because like children kind of like need to have their needs met for their survival, and so the ability to signal that to your attachment figures, like, that makes sense. But for adults, I think there's been speculation in terms of like it can be induced in times of like a loss of control. I don't even think we fully understand of like the things that like whatever drive us to tears or drive us to sadness. But like sadness obviously different than crying, so like there's levels. But like, yeah, I would say there's totally an evolutionary advantage to sadness. Do I know exactly what it is? No. Other than like it is, I would say I would put it in the category of like it is pro-social, or it's largely speaking in the category of pro-social, of like people respond to whatever crying. And I would say that, you know, we are a largely pro-social, whatever, animal or species, whatever. Our base internal world seems to play a much bigger role in our lives. Absolutely. I would agree with this assessment. And I operate under the principle that we are largely, myself included, we are irrational creatures, okay? And I would say if you think you're some sort of like perfectly logical calculator, I would say you might be shooting yourself in the foot. The article I was reading the other day was called Phone Phobia with Generation Z and Millennials, and the lady I mentioned name is Mary Jane Cobb. She's paying them $480 an hour, not being afraid of talking on the phone. Yeah, that's quite a hefty price. And like, yeah, if you want to send the article, by all means, you're free to. If a relative dies, how could being sad possibly be the right response? Well, I wouldn't use the term right or wrong. I would just say, you know, I would probably use the terms healthy or unhealthy. Where, like, it's the healthy response because it shows that, like, you care about someone. That you were attached to someone. That, like, this is a person that was meaningful to you. And that they played an important part in your life. Assuming that you had some sort of, like, connection with the article. Not with the article, with the individual, with the relative. Where, like, yeah, like, to me, that would be pretty... I would question the person if, like, someone significant in their life died, and they just woke up the next day, like, everything's normal. Like, I would say you're, like, you're on, like, you're on the dimension, or, like, more towards the spectrum of, like, sociopathy or psychopathology, type of thing. We're, like... So, like, there is a reason why, okay? Like, going back to the empathy conversation, where it's like, yeah, you know, towards the extreme end of empathy, where, like, you're so, empathetic, that like you know, you're feeling too much other people's emotions. Yeah, that is more unhealthy empathy. But like on the opposite side, you know, you're so unempathetic. Like it's no surprise that like scoring extremely low on empathy is, you know, kind of like associated with like pretty pretty awful behaviors, pretty kind of like sociopathic, psychopathy behaviors. And also I'll back that up too, like with research. One moment. Oh, and that's pretty true. Welcome. Thank you so much for passing by. Always great to see you. Hope you're doing well. Okay. Here's why. Here's one of the reasons why. Okay. Empathy. And this directly relates, okay, to what I just covered. Of like largest study yet confirms women are more empathic. Okay, they score higher on empathy. So what happens? What happens when you're more towards the opposite end of the spectrum? Okay, and this is what this article is asking the question. Well, why are men more likely to endorse myths about child sexual abuse than women? Evidence from disposition and situation-based approaches. It's like, you know, we all agree, kind of like at whatever a logical, intuitive, both logical, intuitive level, that like you know, child sexual abuse, horrific, absolutely horrific. And yet when you do a deep dive in terms of like who are kind of like who are more willing to like brush it off or like frame it as a not such a big deal, or endorse myths about child sexual abuse, seems like men are more likely to do that. And this study here singled out empathy as the mediating role in that. Okay, which, you know, no surprise to me. Where like if you want to be robotic, if you want to be a calculator, and you want to be like, oh yeah, like no empathy, well, I would say the research is clear. That doesn't lead to the best outcomes. And I would say it kind of leads to like pretty horrific outcomes. Whereas they say here, male participants showed higher levels of social dominance orientation and lower empathy, which in turn were associated with lower scores of perceived assault seriousness. Like, pretty much when it comes to child sexual abuse, it seems like women, understandably, and as they should, they rate it more seriously. It's more horrific. Victim credibility, perpetrator culpability, and greater victim culpability. Overall, the results suggest that men and women may appraise child sexual abuse differently, which can be partly explained by differences in social dominance orientation, propensity to morally disengage, and empathy. And so I would say these two things, in my opinion, these are correlated, where like we all like to think that, you know, our morality and ethics is like, you know, it's just like this perfectly logical framework. I think the evidence is quite clear that like you know, our morals are not, as much as we like to think so, they're not ground in any sort of like logical framework. Like these are emotional processes, where like, you know, if you start taking out the emotions like empathy, you tend to kind of like turn out to be kind of you know, it kind of like seems to turn you into a pretty unethical, immoral person. Endorse myths, that is bad choice of language, lack of clarity. That's fair. Like, I mean, well, So this is just the title, okay? So there's only so much clarity that you can bring to a title, but that is a fair criticism, for sure. Well, here's my advice for that most millennials and Generation Z should try not working and living there with the parents. This is why being 30 years old, still live at home. My mom, Alcohol Boomers in the silent generation, some X, I pass on the sidewalks, not hard to make time. I stopped working at age 25. Well, okay, so I would agree with you overall, like, you know, if you have to work to survive, you know, you have to work to survive. But yes, I would agree with you overall. Let's say if your prescription is like people should not, you know, I'm of the sentiment that people should work to live, and not live to work. That's more or less my guiding principle, if you have the luxury to do so. Oh, and Revolving Simp, welcome. Thank you so much for passing by. I hope you're doing well. And I don't know if I've seen you yet in the new year, but regardless, if I've wished you Happy New Year already, I'll do it again. Happy New Year. All the best to you. And yeah, I'm definitely trying to throw hands, 100%. You know me, always looking for a fight. So, that is sort of my rant on the importance of emotions, and understanding your emotional world, and that like we've evolved this system for a reason, and you should pay attention to it. I think it's super important. And I think the research is quite clear, demonstrating how important it is. Okay, so getting to the main topic of peer review in science. So, I was on a WIC panel this past Thursday. Yeah, it was Thursday. And shout out to WIC for having me on the panel. Even though at times it was mildly frustrating. I was on the panel, but I think I was more in the audience or in the Twitch chat than actually on the panel, since I didn't really get to speak much. So there were basically two polar opposite positions on the or at least there were definitely extreme positions on the panel. Well, yeah, I wouldn't. It didn't surprise me, but did I expect it to get that out of? I don't think it ever really got out of hand. But let's say to get that level of spicy, no, not necessarily. But understandably, both erudite and homozygote are passionate people, because they're both passionate about science, just as I am. I show my passion in a different way. Like I was more than happy to like engage in a conversation, but I think at that point, conversation is like out the window. There's just like once it reaches past a certain point, like meaningful, productive conversation goes out the window. But like, yeah, so and not to like, I don't want to mischaracterize any positions. This is just my understanding of their positions. Well, I could be wrong. This is just what I interpreted from what they were saying, but I'm reasonably confident that I have their position correct, or that I'm describing them correctly. Or like, yeah, homozygote's position was, largely speaking, to bolster and improve the peer review process. Basically turn it into a more formal institution. Have scientists devoted to peer review, have paid scientists devoted to peer review, and have more scientists looking into scientific fraud, and basically like, yeah, they're just kind of like this standardized institution, or like this formal institution devoted to peer review and exposing scientific fraud. That is my understanding of homozygote's position. Which again, I could be wrong. And they were definitely in favor of increased funding as am I, for science as a whole. And obviously, it would require increased funding to create, a formal institution devoted to peer review. And Erudite's position. Let's just say, again, I don't want to get their position wrong. This is just my understanding of it. But basically, if Erudite had her way, okay, he would abolish peer review. But I believe she recognizes that is an unrealistic goal, and therefore, she's open to something else, or like open, basically, modifying the peer review process, or like, moving in the direction of getting rid of it altogether. I guess to, broadly characterize it, kind of like a science free-for-all. And for me, like, I'm kind of, I lean more towards the science free-for-all, just in terms of practicality, where, as I mentioned earlier today on the workout stream, I can totally see the potential for, a government institution that is devoted to peer review, that is devoted to exposing scientific fraud, and dealing with scientific fraud, and maybe administering sanctions or penalties to scientists who commit scientific fraud. I'm totally open to potentially running that experiment. But as I mentioned earlier today, I think there are greater barriers to getting something like that funded. I think that is more on the unrealistic side. But I could be wrong. Could be open to being wrong. Where, like, pretty much for the sake of practicality, and I think Erudite herself described me as, like, more practical. That is totally a fair assessment. Where, like, I'm more for, like, opening up the peer review process, or, like, greater transparency, and, not a true science free-for-all, but basically, less gatekeeping, but still some form of gatekeeping. Where, like, I brought up the example of eLife. So eLife, a journal in biology, they have recently, as of this year, changed the peer review process. Second, right. And I'm very curious how this is going to play out. Where, like, I'm, basically I want to see if this is going to be a success, or this is going to be a massive failure. At this point, I don't know. But basically, I think science can figure out a better way for peer review, and I just hope the experiments are run. I would just, like, trying and seeing what works. Whereas they outline here, eLife's peer review process is changing. From January 2023, eLife will no longer make, accept, or reject decisions after peer review. Instead, every preprint sent for peer review will be published on the eLife website as a reviewed preprint. That includes an eLife assessment, public reviews, and a response from the authors if available. So, like, I view this as a step in the right direction. Whether this is, like, the full answer, like the peer review problem, probably not. But I think this is a meaningful experiment to try. And again, going to be looking closely as to, like, how this plays out. I think there's a lot to learn here. And so, like, yeah, I think this greater transparency, totally a step in the right direction. So what are some of the problems in peer review? Or, like, why are there people advocating for abolishing peer review? Let me just catch up with chat. True. I agree with that. You can enter the matrix if you train your emotions. Because I think the analogy holds that you can metaphorically dodge bullets if you train your emotions. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me either. that destiny energy is contagious. Totally true. Peer review is like democracy. It's the worst form of government. Yeah, I know that phrase. Who was it? Winston Churchill who said that? Democracy is the worst form of government. Save all others. What could possibly be the benefit of getting rid of peer review? Well, okay. So I will... I'm not saying I'm advocating for this, but I'm going to try to deal person the argument. So one of the reasons why we had the panel is because this was published. This is like a, well, it's a Substack. Written by Adam Mastriani. Yeah, well, I always try to use gender neutral language as much as possible. So, and they are a scientist. Adam Mastriani appears to be a pretty noteworthy psychologist. So, continue reading. But basically, they outline here in the article. I can link it in chat if you're interested. But they basically make the case that, like, hey, the peer review process, like, we've tried it, it has failed. Okay. And they basically advocate for like a free-for-all. Like, yeah, hooray, we failed. So their overall argument for like abolishing the peer review process is like basically it's kind of like basically going back to before peer review, where like just about anybody can criticize anybody. You know, like how they did it back in the day. You know, when philosophers would, you know, criticize other philosophers. You know, it's the war, it's the marketplace of ideas. Okay, so it's just the marketplace of scientific ideas, hopefully with evidence, and just, you know, the arguments play out, and, you know, the best argument, the best evidence, wins out. And that should, you know, at least the rationale, I'm not saying I buy into this, but the rationale is like the truth will win out. Since, you know, hopefully science is concerned with truth. So if you just let, you know, the truths and pseudo-truths play out, the truth should win out. Again, I'm not saying that I advocate for that, or not saying that I think that's how it will play out. That is the rationale behind abolishing peer review. So, this was published not that long ago. Peer review in Science, the pains and the problems. This is from Harvard, but this is not a scientific publication. This is basically an op-ed. It's you know, it's from a blog, so it's an opinion piece. But I think they give a good overall summary of some of the problems, some of the key problems in peer review. News about exciting and novel science is being published every day, whether it's about a new technique for rejuvenating skin cells or a new breakthrough in fighting drug resistance for cancer in patients. However, let me just make sure I haven't missed anything. Oh, I did miss that. My apologies, Tattoo Lover. Thank you so much for sending the article. Let me get back to this. So, however, when you read these news articles, how can you assess if they are trustworthy? How do you know if a new technique actually works, or if the data used to make a conclusion is analyzed correctly? One way to know would be to read the actual scientific article to check the data, but a layperson, or even a fellow scientist in a different field, may not be able to properly evaluate the data presented and comment on the validity of the conclusions. That is where peer-reviewed journals come into play. Peer-reviewed journals contain articles that are not only conducted and written by experts, but reviewed by several other experts in the same field as well. This peer review system is crucial for maintaining a level of rigor in scientific publications, as well as ensuring a level of trust in the scientific community by the general public. Unfortunately, however, the world of peer reviewing has many issues that can potentially impact its credibility. To fully understand this potential, let's first look at how the reviewing process works. The peer review process. Different peer review journals have different reviewing processes, but they usually follow a similar structure. I have been through the peer review process. Only been through it once. So it's not like I have, whatever extensive experience. But I also have many colleagues who've been through it. My boss, the PI who I work for, has obviously been through it multiple times. And I have also given feedback to other colleagues, other grad students who are going through the peer review process, where it's like, they have shown me the reviews that they have gotten when they have submitted an article for publication. And I have provided my feedback for them. So I think I have, I'm not an expert in peer review, at least when it comes to going through the peer review process. But I think I have pretty good working knowledge of the process. And it's definitely not a foreign process to me. But in terms of personal experience with the peer review process, in terms of interacting with peer reviewers, in terms of submitting a scientific publication to a journal and then getting the peer reviews and responding to them, I've only personally gone through that process once, but it is roughly the same throughout virtually all of science, as they say here, in terms of it's roughly the same. So I don't think I need to go through it, whatever, a dozen times to really understand it. Pretty much always the same. So in general, when a manuscript is submitted to a journal, the journal editor sends the manuscript to at least 2 reviewers. These reviewers are typically experts in the field, but should have no direct affiliation with the authors. These experts then read and assess the article, providing feedback that the editor sends to the authors. The authors can then make changes, conduct more experiments, and improve upon the manuscript based on the reviewer's suggestion. After the authors have answered all of the reviewers' comments and concerns, the manuscript can either be accepted or rejected for publication by the journal. Wouldn't that just open the door to bias? The double-blind aspect seems pretty vital there, and everyone is already free to criticize research, but there's a reason why peer review is such an important thing in the eyes of scientists and the market. Well, is it so there are definitely scientists who advocate for the peer review process, but there are definitely scientists who absolutely despise the peer review process. I mean, this individual here wrote this Substack article. They are very much not in favor of peer review process, and they pretty much explicitly say it has failed, and let's just basically get rid of it, or on the whole rid of it. At the scientific journal Science, this entire process from original submission of a manuscript to its final acceptance takes about 123 days on average. So 4 months. So that's quite a bit of time. And this doesn't take into account, actually preparing the manuscript, right? This is the time delay between you submitting your manuscript for publication, going through the peer review process, and final acceptance. That's 4 months. But typically, it is just as long, if not longer, actually preparing the manuscript, of typing it out, analyzing data, generating figures, going through. It's not just you write up version number 1 of the manuscript and then submit it for peer review. It's a dozen or so revisions of the manuscript, getting feedback from, colleagues and peers, etc., other faculty members, And then, you know, you revise your manuscript, and then, like, once you're confident that it's ready to submit for peer review, then you submit it to peer review, and then, you know, it's the average 123 days. So, like, this, you know, this is just a portion of, you know, the entire, you know, getting to a publication, scientific publication process. If that seems like a long time, a quick search in the review speed database will tell you that this is in fact a typical amount of time for a manuscript to be accepted. And this data is not accounting for the countless number of manuscripts, that are rejected. The journey to being published in a peer-reviewed journal can be a long and arduous process for researchers. So, like, this is the peer review process, yes, diagram, draft up manuscript, and this drafting up manuscript can, you know, quite a long time. Editor. Dest rejection may happen. If accepted, the editor finds 2 to 3 reviewers for the paper. Rejection after review may happen. Reviewers read through the manuscript and give comments. Let's see. Or researchers do more experiments based on... Yeah, and, like... So this is totally a thing in the life sciences, where, like, totally common, where, like, you'll submit a manuscript for review, and, like, the reviewers will outline further experiments that you have to do in order to, you know, basically resubmit for publication. Where it's like, yeah, they might highlight that, oh, like, yeah, you have good data, but you're missing, you know, this control experiment. Or, like, it would be really great, or it would really, like, boost the conclusions of your findings to run this extra experiment or experiments. And yeah, the manuscript goes back and forth until satisfied. And then finally, the paper is accepted and ready to publish. You'll be more in tune with this than me, but if we polled scientists, my guess would be that the vast majority prefer having peer review. Now, of course, they'll say the process is a stressful nightmare, but having other experts help. Yeah, I would agree with you that, like, I would agree with you that most scientists would say that, like, yeah, it's better than nothing. Maybe the article author is actually mad about the dominance of journals, not necessarily peer. That's totally fair. And I think at least all of the scientists that I have spoken to, which is a biased, you know, sample size or biased sample population, like, nobody is for, or nobody is advocating for these for-profit journals. Everyone that I know of in my circle, they are adamantly against these for-profit, like, pretty horrendous, exploitative for-profit journals. So a layperson could publish science in a non-peer review. So I think hypothetically, yes. That's where, like, you know, I think that would not necessarily be a good thing. And I think on the whole, like, a bad thing. Where, like, I don't think, like, it's really tricky. Like, do I think, like, in principle, you know, if you have good evidence and you're, you know, you're not at a university, you're just doing science out of your garage, but, like, you happen to run really good experiments, okay? Do I think you should have the right to publish that? Like, yeah, I do. But, like, I don't know how to include this person, and exclude, like, the, you know, the wacky person, who wants to carry out some racist research. I don't know how to do that. And that could just be ignorance or a lack of creativity on my side. Like, if someone has a solution to that problem, like, I'm potentially okay with that. I think less peer review would lead to more outward criticism of papers by people who are passionate about the topic. I can see that totally as a positive outcome. Let's see. So it could be good in that it invites attention from the right people. Also true. Why are so many coincidences as of late? Brand new. Yeah, I'm gonna need a source on that. Like, What do you mean by so many? Newsflash, there are people dying all over the world, like, as we speak. I'm gonna need a little bit more to go on when you talk about coincidence deaths. And if you just link some random article showing, this person, happened to die from unexplained causes, well, that's an N of 1. That happens millions of times a day throughout the world. And Bob Marley's totally outlining a legit experiment to run. But like, yeah, I'm gonna need some data if you're gonna try to make a claim or associate, coincidence deaths to a booster. But welcome, TimTech V2. Happy to have you here regardless. So, the reviewing process can not only be difficult for the researchers who have to go through rounds of editing and answering reviewers' comments, but taxing for the reviewers as well. And like, yeah, reviewers, they are unpaid labor. Most of the time, reviewers are not paid, I just said, for their time spent reviewing manuscripts, and are usually fellow academics who are expected to take time away from their regular job to be a reviewer. In fact, a study shows that a typical academic who works on reviews completes about 4.73 reviews per year. While this number may seem small, each review takes about 4 to 5 hours to complete. Globally, the total time spent on peer reviews was over 100 million hours in 2020, equivalent to over 15,000 years. Right. So, like, it is not easy to peer review. It's not easy to, assess an academic scientific article. Because, like, even though it might be your field, okay, and it might be like, your niche field, like, so like I'm currently a biochemist, but that does not mean that I'm qualified to read every single biochemistry scientific publication in existence. Like, totally, just like biology, just like chemistry, just like physics, like, these are broad disciplines that, like, they span like an infinite number of things and niche fields. And so, like, yeah, like, I would only be comfortable in terms of, like, basically, if someone were to task me with reviewing a scientific publication, like, I would only be comfortable with, a very small niche specific field of biochemistry, where, like, I definitely don't know everything about biochemistry, just as nobody can know everything about biochemistry. No one can know everything about biology. And so it's not always so easy to find, qualified scientists who actually, review your scientific publications. And that's why it's like, 4 or 5 hours. And I would say that's probably, like, they're probably, like, not speeding through it, but, like, let's just say they're probably not being as rigorous as they could or should be. As in, like, I can totally see, in order to, like, rigorously review, one scientific publication that is, let's say, whatever, 5 to 10 pages in length, like, really rigorously, like, dissect it, and to ensure that there are, no glaring errors or no minor errors. Like, I think that's like a 12, 10 to 15 hour, time sink. And so, like, that's a lot. That's like a day and a half, or that's, 1.5 work days. So it's like, whatever. If it's like your full-time job, okay, where like, Monday to Friday, 40 hours per week, like I think a reasonable expectation is like you can really only peer review, for maybe 5 articles like per week. So like that's not a lot. So like if you have like a team, let's say you have a whole department devoted to like peer review, and it's like 100 people. If it's like 4 or 5 articles per week, whatever, like you're reviewing like 400 articles, 400 to 500 articles per week. That's like nothing. There are literally like thousands, tens of thousands of scientific publications, whatever, published like on a daily basis. Like I don't know how you can keep up with that. So let me see. Academics are expected to be willing to dedicate this amount of time to review for altruistic purposes, as well as for other non-monetary rewards, such as obtaining free journal access, being acknowledged in journals for their efforts, the possibility of receiving favor from journals when they need to publish papers themselves. Is like, that's not a good thing. And many others. Furthermore, the journals themselves are also overwhelmed. There are a high number of papers submitted for review every day. An estimated 21 million articles were reviewed in 2020. Additionally, submission rates can fluctuate greatly over the course of a year, causing editors to be unusually swamped during certain times. Potential problems of peer review. Yeah. Well, it's... Even though, it's really not. It's in the self-interest, like, people. It's really the, it boils down to self-interested reasons, of such as this: obtaining free journal access, acknowledgement, and like being able to like pad your CV. Of like, oh yeah, I peer reviewed for this journal. I've been the editor of this journal, etc., etc. So it's, yeah, definitely not altruism. You're welcome. Happy to share the link. So because of how overwhelming the review process can be, the results are not always consistent between different articles and journals. Particularly, the decisions of reviewers can be inconsistent. One study showed that recently published articles, when resubmitted a few months later, are often rejected by the same journal. Most of the reviewers did not detect that it was a resubmission, and the articles were frequently rejected due to methodological flaws, showing the volatility of reviewer decisions. This may be due in part to the disparities in opinions between reviewers, making it very difficult to submit a paper that will be liked by all of the reviewers. In fact, another study did a probability analysis and showed that it was so unlikely and unpredictable to get 2 reviewers to agree that getting a paper accepted by both reviewers has a similar probability to throwing a dice. Well, I think that only holds true up to the year 2020. My understanding, I could be wrong, correct me if I'm wrong, or maybe this only holds true for the life sciences. But I believe you can no longer get an article from Sci-Hub if it's like past 2020. But I could be... Basically, I don't think Sci-Hub is updated anymore past 2020. Additionally, reviewers are, of course, humans too. They will sometimes miss critical information in a paper or have personal biases when reviewing, causing dubious research to sometimes be published. And I'm going to attempt to show some of the dark sides of the peer review process. I'm going to show some of the peer-reviewed research on peer review. Furthermore, another study shows that there may be a bias in favor of the institutions that the reviewers themselves are affiliated with. After all this work, published peer-reviewed works can still be retracted, with one of the most notable examples of this being from a few decades ago, in which a paper was published in The Lancet, and The Lancet is, you know, quite a world-renowned medical journal based in the UK, if I remember correctly. Like, I believe The Lancet is like one of the oldest medical publications out of the UK. Oh, and Socrates, welcome. Thank you so much for passing by. Yeah, so maybe I'm totally wrong, but like I do think Sci-Hub is dead after 2020. But I hope you're doing well, Socrates. Nice to see you. Where it's like, yeah, Lancet that linked autism to vaccine. This paper was later retracted for many reasons, including data manipulation, low sample size, conflicts of interest, and countless other pieces of evidence contradicting the claims. As you can see, not every paper that is peer-reviewed is a mistake-free paper with good science. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, so you're the, you know, you have your minted PhD, so you are the real PhD person here. But like, yeah, I'm curious on your thoughts. And like, if you ever want to discuss, so it's up. Do you mean you want to discuss it like now or later on? I'll leave it up to you. But like, yeah, if you ever want to discuss it, I'm totally down. And I'm curious, were you able to watch the whole panel, or some of it? Was there any part where I was talking, in the panel? Because I didn't get to do much talking. You know, towards the end, it was basically all of Homozygote and Erudite. But my position was basically like, I am definitely not for some science free-for-all. Like, definitely, I see that as a bad thing. But at the same time, like, I don't know if you can like fully bolster the peer review process and like turn it into a formal institution. Yeah, where like as I tried to make clear in like my closing statement, like I am for gatekeeping in science, but I just don't know like how much. And as of right now, I lean more towards like loosening some of the gatekeep, and like greater transparency and greater openness. But like, yeah, like Wick's position of like abolishing peer review, I see some really bad outcomes from that. But like, yeah, this is the peer review process. Well, this is part of the peer review process in terms of getting it accepted or rejected. So like, yeah, 2 out of the 3 rejection. All 3 reviewers sign off. It's accepted. And then like, yes, even after publication into a scientific journal, it can be retracted. And this is one of the things that, well, there are multiple sites devoted to retractions, but Retraction Watch is definitely one of them. I had Retraction Watch up at some point. I don't need this anymore. Too many tabs open. And there appears to be a little bit of evidence showing that like maybe retractions are increasing. But I haven't looked too heavily into the data. But this article alludes to it, but it's sort of like written by Retraction Watch, so I don't know how much stock I put into it. Even though Retraction Watch is like a non-profit. So there is also a gender bias in selecting reviewers. Despite a significant portion of researchers being women make up a much smaller fraction of reviewers. This survey observed that authors, regardless of gender, suggest mostly male peers as reviewers to their editors. I'm like, yeah, so, and I'm gonna show, once I'm through, on this article, like, going through some of the research on peer review, I'm like, yeah, there's some research hinting at a gender bias in peer review. And there's also some research showing that, like, you know, some peer review processes, like they encourage, like, you know, putting some spin or incorporating some spin, like into your abstracts, kind of like some pretty weird practices. So along these same lines, another paper determined that female reviewers are less likely to be chosen by peers than if a reviewer was randomly selected. This widespread gender bias may then lead to further biases in the review process. This same study showed that there are fewer female authors publishing than what is expected based on the population of female researchers, possibly due to a gender bias similar to the one present in reviewer selection. So it's not dead in the sense that the website is dead, or maybe it could be wrong. It's dead in the sense that I don't think you can get an article past if it was published past the year 2020. But let me just double check that. I mean, I can just do this in real time. Open in incognito. So let's try and get something. What is a recent? I can just go to Nature. And find an article that's past a paywall. This is unlocked, so it doesn't apply. Also unlocked, doesn't apply. This should be locked. Okay, never mind. I have too much access. Papers. Yeah, so if after I'm done the article that I was just reading, this one, we can totally chat if you want to. I'm just gonna get through it, but like, yeah, so Sci-Hub is dead in the sense that basically I'm reasonably sure you can't get it. It works for publications before 2020 or 2021, but if it's a publication that's like past 2021, like it will not be able to unlock it. Overall, there is a lot of work being done to improve upon the peer review system. For example, journals are now putting in more effort to retract incorrect papers, so that papers that slip through the cracks are taken down in a more timely fashion, working to prevent the spread of false information. There are also ongoing debates over whether journals should start paying reviewers a compensation for reviewing. Perhaps this would solve the inconsistency in peer reviewing by giving reviewers incentives to pay more attention and be more mindful about what to reject or accept. However, this could make the cost of publishing and reading journals even higher, potentially reducing the number of publications a journal can publish in the future. With the internet, it is also becoming a lot easier to facilitate discussion of a scientific article, allowing for additional review by the public beyond the traditional peer review. For example, PubPeer is a site that allows scientists to review and talk about published research, while the medRxiv and bioRxiv allow scientists to post their manuscript before peer review, also known as a preprint, so that the public gets a chance to read and review the papers more quickly. I think we saw a lot of this increased push for preprints, during the pandemic. That was an understandable response, as we wanted as much information out there as possible, shared amongst researchers as possible. However, this rise of preprint publication, while useful for allowing scientists to garner feedback from the larger scientific community more quickly, is affecting the ways that news outlets are reporting scientific discoveries. Many large media sites often report about preprint articles without mentioning that they are not peer-reviewed yet, Moving forward, news outlets need to realize the importance of reporting the preprint nature of these articles, and consumers need to be mindful of if the new research they are reading is indeed from a peer-reviewed journal. Now back to the original question. When reading an article about a new scientific discovery, how do we know if we can trust the data? While there are a lot of factors to consider, finding out if the article is peer-reviewed can be a quick litmus test for credibility. However, just because a paper is published in a peer-reviewed journal does not mean that the paper is completely fact-checked, unbiased, or correct. The peer review system is not perfect, but for now it is the closest thing we have to ensure academic rigor. Like everything in life, we just have to take these articles with a grain of salt. That's where it gets tricky. I think we as scientists, are aware that, peer review, getting that stamp of this is peer-reviewed and it's accepted for publication. We know that doesn't mean that, it's perfect science, or that, we can take it as absolute fact or unbiased or even correct. We already know, at least I think generally speaking, scientists know to take it with a grain of salt. But understandably, okay, I think the public doesn't know that, which, I wouldn't expect the general public to know that, and I think that's probably a failure of scientific communication amongst scientists like myself, and that, and I don't know, let's say, how to deal with that, of getting people to really fully understand the peer review process. Because on the panel that I was on about peer review, it was pretty clear, at least in my opinion, and I think Wick would back me up, that there were quite a few members of the panel that clearly did not know what the peer review process actually was. And there were some on the panel that, were willing to learn, or they were curious and asking me questions. Totally legit, and I encourage. But in my opinion, there were some on the panel that clearly did not know what the peer review process really was. I think they thought they knew, but it's clear that they didn't. And they were basing their opinion on, I would say, their incorrect understanding of the peer review process. That is just my opinion. But let me just get up some of the research about peer review. Maybe trying to explain, why is it being criticized so heavily? One moment. All right. Yeah, if you wanted to hop on now, Socrates. You can actually join the general one, since I have such a small Discord, and I would say I have a trustworthy community. I'm confident that no one's going to disturb us, but it's up to you. Okay. So there's this article here, and this one's fairly old, okay, but this I think this just goes to show, how far back the peer review process has been criticized, or how far back some of the flaws in peer review, have been pointed out. And there's even this one. I have even an older one. I'm gonna join you in a moment, Socrates. Where this goes back to 1997, and it's about nepotism and sexism in peer review. I'm gonna actually talk with Socrates in a moment. It's gonna be great. Hello, hello.
Hey.
Ah, yeah. Coming in loud and clear.
Oh, okay. Cool. Yeah, I'm a little bit, I don't know, my headphones suddenly just, the last few days just got really quiet. I'm trying to figure out. But I'll just turn you up. I think I can hear you okay.
How are you doing? And Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. Yeah. Yeah, I've been good. Haven't streamed so much past couple months, just been busy, work, everything. But I saw this panel and I was like, okay, something like super in my wheelhouse. So I got excited, and then
I got excited to be on it, and
but yeah, I don't think I heard, so I only saw the first half. Maybe it'd be a huge help for me if you could fill me in on more of where it went.
Yeah. So
later.
So you saw mostly the beginning, roughly the first hour or so, or whatever. I don't know. I was actually
first hour and a half, something like that.
So when you stopped, so were Erudite and Homozygote on the panel at that point? Did you see any of that?
Erudite was there.
Okay. Yeah.
I don't remember if Homozygote was there.
You probably would remember, given that let's just say towards. So it's funny looking back. So and it's also even funnier where we spoke about peer review, and so the original what Wick originally planned was to talk about 2 topics. Okay.
Mhm.
I could as he described it, a casual talk about peer review, and then the second half was a casual talk about the growing gender discrepancy in higher education between men and women.
Mm-hmm.
And the whole panel was just talking about the peer review, and sort of I would say not a casual conversation. About peer review. Yeah. But basically, so yeah, towards the end, I would say the last hour, maybe hour and a half, it was pretty much 90% Erudite and Homozygote going back and forth. Where I think at some point someone spread the word to Homozygote that a panel was happening, and there were people on the panel that were advocating for abolishing peer review, and Homozygote was staunchly against abolishing peer review, and so they wanted to come on the panel, and it was basically Erudite and Homozygote pretty much, I would say, passionately going back and forth for the last hour or so. Where I don't think it was an overly productive conversation. So I think you saw mostly, if you can believe it, you saw mostly the productive part.
Jesus. Okay. Wow. Okay. That's I guess unfortunate for the second half of the panel because it was the first half was already pretty tough. It was I was hearing a lot of the same things kind of drawn out about how peer review has stifled innovation. There used to be so much more innovation before peer review, and it's giving people a false sense of security about peer review, which is leading to conspiracy theories and just a million different bad things. And some of these, there's a grain of truth to them. Some of these are just so completely exactly wrong, the exact opposite of what people were saying, that it was mildly distressing to hear these things just kind of thrown out and not really specified. So it was talking about peer review in science,
Right.
but it was maybe talking about like biology, using numbers from like psychology, or it's just it. There's this huge conflation of like all of science
Yeah, a mishmash,
all
totally.
together. Yeah.
And so I don't know if you got this, or I definitely echo pretty much the identical frustration. Like I was on that panel, like I wanted to talk more, but I also like I didn't want to like derail. Like, you know,
Uh-huh.
I don't know if you felt the same way as me. It was like I think it was pretty clear in my mind that like there were some on the panel that clearly did not know anything about the peer review process, or like had a very limited understanding. Which is that's not a bad thing, because like some of some on the panel, I think I was well, basically there were some on the panel that weren't scientists, so I wouldn't expect them to.
Yeah.
But you know, I would have wanted to like, you know, not correct them, but like actually, you know, share and like you know, hopefully inform them what the peer review process was. But like I didn't really have an opportunity to do that. Just like it just kind of like got derailed, and like, well, they just operated under the assumption like this is the peer review process, and that's like that's what's formalized in their mind, so they're just gonna go with that, and they're gonna base their arguments off of that. And so like that's why it's like, well, then what, we're not really talking about peer review.
Yeah. It felt like being in like a college class, like a college English class, talking about like a book or something, and it's like only half the class had done the reading.
Yeah.
And it was like, yeah, like I think, yeah, like Jonathan Swift, I think like he wants us to eat the babies or something. It's like, no, that's not what's happening.
Yeah, so did you have any, let's say, points of so it seems like you had strong disagreements with Wick specifically?
Yeah. And I reached out to him. He said that he's sick. I'm happy to, I guess, call him out because I'll talk to him to his face. I messaged a bit with Erudite, and it seemed like she was saying that really she wasn't saying that peer review stifles innovation, but I looked back at the VOD, it seemed like she was saying that. So I won't talk too much about her points until I talk to her in person. I'm going to talk to Tuna tomorrow. It seemed like was coming at it from a pretty productive standpoint of like, here's some alternative things that could be really cool. So he's talking about like having wikis, having almost like a Reddit model. Like I could see those things as excellent auxiliaries to like peer review publication. Like having people who are passionate about biochemistry filling in like a really detailed, really up-to-date wiki about like the functioning of different gene pathways or something. Like I could see people putting a ton of time in free labor just because they're excited about it and having that be an amazing resource. But it would be taking peer-reviewed publications and weaving that together into something that like you could read about and learn more about. It wouldn't be novel scientific research. And that that eLife magazine sounded really cool. I looked at their site and I was saying,
That's why I
like,
brought it
okay,
up
cool.
as an example. Like I think that
Yeah, I think that's like a fascinating new model. Like I was like, fuck, maybe I'll try to publish here. Like I have some papers that I'm still working on. And I think it's a really cool model. I think the it seems like the potential issue with it is that it appears like it relies on the awareness of authors of how much they're getting dragged in the comments. Like if somebody shamelessly is just like, here's my paper, and everyone's like, this is trash, this you really need to rework like all of this, and you're like, yep, seems good, publish. Like they can just do that. It doesn't seem like anybody will stop them, which
right.
Is a different way of thinking about it. It's a different way of thinking about gatekeeping kind of publications. And I don't think it's wrong to have a magazine that operates that way. I think that's great. And I think having that model and testing out that model like as soon as possible and trying it out and tweaking it and tinkering with it and seeing if like aspects of it or a lot of it could really, really catch on and even replace other parts of peer review, that sounds like that could be really cool.
Yeah,
But
100%.
it's not like it's gonna just fuck that other shit. We're gonna put this in place. Like,
Yeah, no, exactly. That's why it's like I think I tried to make it clear. Like I'm curious as to how this pans out. Like I think we should try that,
Mhm.
and that looks like a step in the right direction. I could be wrong, and like totally, it's probably not the solution to the problem. but I think it's a worthwhile experiment to run that we can learn from, and hopefully just like modify and tinker from there. But I'm curious. So, like, do you have like your own specific position on peer review in terms of like, do you feel like it's working as intended now, or like do you have any sort of specific modifications or change that you would want to see?
Yeah, so I think it's working. I think so. There's like several hyperbolic positions that were like thrown out and then double down on, triple down on, quadruple down on that. Like, peer review is broken. It's broken science. Innovation is gone. We had more innovation before peer review. It's fucking everything up. It's breaking everything. We need to get rid of it now. And then another hyperbolic position of like, oh, so you're saying that peer review is perfect and there's nothing we should change. I wouldn't even be bringing these up if people hadn't really explicitly stated them and then doubled and tripled and quadrupled down on them. Peer review is not broken. It has not broken science. It's an extremely functional system. We're putting out. So this is the piece of it that was missing, which is the researcher perspective, which is getting the science out there is great, but as a researcher, you need to read scientific publications and then absorb them and then use them in your work. So more science that's as a lower quality. So having a broader range of things to read, but it takes more time to read any of them, and you gain less clarity into the science that was performed, and it's less clear how to apply it, is just bad. It's already so in my field of like computational biology, there's just so much going on, and so being able to read a paper and understand it and apply it, that's the critical thing. We don't need more. Having more is good, and there is more and more and more, but it's not like we need to move that slider to just having like a big flood that is incomprehensible.
Yeah, we don't need more information. Like, we don't we don't need more publications to sift through. We don't need more knowledge to sift through, and like more things to put in our brain and apply in the lab, or in this case, at your desktop. Like, I totally take your point. As arduous as the peer review process can be.
And I've gone through that process, and it's that was actually something that seemed like it wasn't a central point of what Erudite was saying, but was actually kind of an interesting thing when she was talking about writing poems and submitting poems, and how a certain process with that ended up being not like it was stifling innovation, but it was kind of it was making the process feel so painful that it kind of pushes you away, and it kind of breaks you down a little bit. I think there's something to be said about how arduous the process is, and how pieces of it can feel somewhat arbitrary, although I think it's a lot less arbitrary than people assume. In the same way that like making a movie or something, people who aren't in the industry probably assume that there's lots of arbitrariness, and there probably is, but a lot of things more than you think of for a good reason. But I got burned out after submitting. And if there's a way to tweak that to be less to less generate burnout, I'm trying to think of like a clear, concise way to say that. What the positive direction of that would be. If there's a way to tweak it to be like that,
or streamline it,
more streamlined. Although it's pretty streamlined. Like it's not that.
Yeah, in terms of like the step, like I think I understand what you mean in terms of like, I agree with like the what steps you have to carry out. It's not like there's I don't think,
and it's like it's a web form. It's not like you just have to submit everything to a Dropbox. It's like it's like put your abstract here, put this here. Sometimes different publications, different magazines have like
formatting
things that they want you to fill out.
But
and you have to like cut up and reformat pieces to like put it in their different fields.
Yeah, where it's yeah. So like it seems like you're overall like satisfied with how it's working now. Just like you see more like there's some tweaking needs to be done.
Hmm. Yeah.
Uh,
So things that I can say, having gone through it, that I can see as um, not issues in the sense of like, oh, it's broken, but issues in the sense of um, uh, like these are like the dialectics of peer review. These are the kind of pushes and pulls that are difficult to resolve. So one really difficult to, like, there's no universal solution to it, is that the best people to review your paper from like an expertise perspective are people who are in direct competition.
yeah.
And that's just a fact about publishing, about doing scientific research. Is like the people with the most conflict of interest are often the people who are best kind of
Right.
equipped in terms of their knowledge base to review.
So like I agree with you in terms of like the sentiment of like technically like on paper like the most qualified would be the ones who like are are running the same race as you.
Exactly. Yeah.
That race to publication. And that's where it's like I have where it's like the process itself, like I agree with you on the whole, on average, appears to be working. And I wouldn't necessarily go so far as to say as to use the language like it's broken,
Yeah.
per se.
I think that statement, which I heard a million times, is one of those like not even wrong statements. It's not even clear what that's supposed to mean to be able to say yes or no, this statement is true or false.
Or maybe like some silly metric of like yeah, like whatever. I don't know if there's any.
And just a quick note, because on the like innovation note, I looked at some of those papers that people were posting, and the ones that I looked through anyway universally said just the exact opposite of what people were quoting them for. They were
Yeah.
saying that yeah. Sorry, it sounded like you're about to.
Well, so I think I only spoke about innovation because like I went on the panel. I didn't even care. Like I don't really care about innovation, at least in the context, without even defining what it is. Like like it's just like an arbitrary thing to me. Like well, I don't really like. I personally never went into science for like I want to innovate, unless you want to reframe it of like just like discovering new things and understanding. Basically you're just like an explorer. If that's innovation, like sure, then I'm an innovator, I guess. But like, yeah, the example or like what you just touched upon in terms of like, yeah, technically the most qualified is like your competitor, and that's where some of my issues, sort of my philosophical issues, lie. Of like, I don't like turning science into a competition. Where like at least I don't know if it was the case for you, but philosophically, as like science was like marketed to me, it's the search for truth. Like we all as scientists, we're like we're just like concerned with the truth, and it's like this cooperative endeavor. We're all in this together. But yeah,
And
like
it's about discovering and disseminating truth. Like
yeah,
the first half, the first 50% of doing science is discovering something new. And the second half, the second 50% is communicating that information to other people in a way that they can use that knowledge.
yeah, which I agree with that overall broad picture look. But that's where it's like, well, if that's the case, then why are there competitors there in science, right? Like I just don't like turning things into like
Yeah.
uh
Ooh. So this, sorry, do you mind if I just butt in?
yeah, no,
So
go for it.
this is my issue, is that so they were talking about government grants, and again, because maybe people who are bringing this up aren't in the field, they weren't disambiguating between like NIH or NSF, whatever. But there's, let's say NIH, for example, they only have so much grant money to give out. They have to demonstrate to their stockholders, who are the American populace, because it's a government agency, that they're getting results. So who are they going to give the money to? The labs and the researchers who have consistently gotten really good results for decades. Like, if you want to solve that problem, then what you should be fighting for is not abolishing peer review or abolishing the prestige behind having really highly cited papers and just like diluting how that money gets spent out to the populace. You should be talking about the NIH not giving grants out on a shoestring budget. Trump was talking about like reducing by 75% the level of NIH grants. And even just talking about stuff like that has this crazy chilling effect on, if like some academic labs are thinking that maybe the budget is just going to shrink by a massive percent in terms of what they'll even be able to apply for, that has such a detrimental effect on like the whole generations of researchers that are coming up. So if you're concerned about the fact that they're betting on the kind of consistently successful horses instead of betting on researchers who obviously there is like, it's the 7 years experience for the entry level position. Like that's what it's like for getting grants is like, well, how do you get a grant? You need to have like a good track record of having gotten grants, right?
Yeah. So that's where, so there's lots of things that I want to touch upon. So, because I think there's a lot to unpack there. And I don't know if you saw this part of the panel, because I think I pushed back on Wick. Like, I think I explicitly asked him the question, because like, as much as I have issues with the peer review process, like I was never arguing for like some sort of like science free for all of like abolishing the peer review process. And so I asked him, okay, well, Wick, if you're advocating for abolishing the peer review process, then like what metric are you going to use in order to like how are you going to disseminate your funds? Like how are you going to give grants?
If you look, I think I did hear this part. You were like, if you look at somebody's CVs and it's like publications don't mean anything because you can just submit whatever whenever. Like, how are you going to evaluate that then? Like,
yeah,
you actually can't just nuke that system and say like, well, now we'll figure out something else.
Exactly.
Like this is
and to his credit, he said, yeah, I don't know. That's a good question, and that's why it's like that's one of the problems that I have. But this is not to say that I think grants should be given out on a largely driven by public. That's where it's like I'll use scholarships as the example. Like as you probably know, same thing. Just like as you use the example of grants. Well, we'll give grants based off of people who pretty much like already have grants, or like they've secured a grant, they've gotten publications, and it's just like, well, this horse is already winning, so like let's just bet on them more. And it's like the same, at least in my experience, it's the same thing with scholar. And like as much as they have worked to my advantage, like I hate scholarships, like philosophically, of like, yeah, you just need to get your foot in the door, and then like once you get your foot in the door, then they'll throw money at you. Because like the best way to ensure that you're going to give the scholarship to the most qualified person is the person who already have a bunch of scholarships. It's like, well, you've already got that seal of approval. It's easier for the committee. It's like, oh, they've already received a bunch of money. Well, let's just give them more. Where it's like, it's I don't know. To me, it's like
for NIH grants, literally one of the metrics for a grant is who's the PI, who's the lead researcher.
Yeah, and I think that's again.
So it can feel deeply unfair, and in a certain sense, it is. But like those are the kind of considerations that organizations like the NIH make because their budget is just so constrained. If their budget was 10 times that, which I mean, let's see. Let me just Google this quickly for the chat. NIH
no worries, take your time.
Grant budget 2022, $45 billion. So $45 billion for things like generating everything that goes into like all cancer drugs. Like all cancer drugs pretty much start out with NIH grants.
Yeah. Like I know enough about science funding that $45 billion, that's like a drop in the bucket. Especially, I'm sure if you compare that to like military spending, it's just like it's like pennies, or like it's
that could be like one fewer plane that doesn't get built. Like instead of the Air Force not building a plane, we could have twice as many cancer drugs.
Right. Yeah. Exactly. Which is like I would. Just more a testament to like the priorities and my country follows suit, Canada, of like especially our past conservative government like totally slashed, not only slashed scientific funding, but like they like completely abolished like certain departments like devoted to like, you know, let's understand our lakes, our Great Lakes, and
Yeah.
understand like the ecosystem. They're like, no, we don't really care about that anymore. So it's really yeah, it's disheartening. And even though like whatever, we have a more left-leaning government, like still science is like heavily underfunded. Like I mean, as you know, like all pretty much like all of science is like done, or like, you know, the foundation of science is grad students on underfunded grad students.
Oh, yeah.
And so it's like yeah, if you feel like the peer review process like is working, so you see it more as like, well, okay, like it's not the peer review process that's wrong, it's more like the lack of funding is that's the core issue. That
Yeah.
more
So when
accurate?
it comes to grants, the lack of funding to go around that contributes to this kind of scarcity mindset. I think it fundamentally doesn't have to be that way. The thing I wanted to hear from, let's say, Wick or Erudite, I think they were the two main kind of people pushing for this process, um, uh, kind of breaking science or getting rid of innovation. So I mentioned like, okay, here's this paper that was up for decades, that was peer reviewed, that was like creating the basis for this like false link between autism and vaccines. Which, if you have a problem with that, that would be an argument for more gatekeeping, not less. But what I would want to hear to even know like what this is about, I want to hear about the people who are doing research that's really good, but can't publish or can't get funded because of this process. Until we have like one example of that, and I'm not saying there aren't any, there is a million. I'm sure there's tons of examples, but I feel like that's a place we'd want to start to start understanding. Okay, then what is this gatekeeping that we want in there? What are the whatever type 1 errors rather than type 2
Type 2,
errors,
yeah.
or whatever, right? Like, so we can have that slider going. So it's like only people who are the most legendary scientists of the most legendary labs who always get grants, only they get grants. That would be like severe gatekeeping, and only they get to publish. That'd be severe gatekeeping. Or it could be like no gatekeeping. It's like, okay, I feel like most people are going to acknowledge it should be somewhere in the middle. Certainly with grants, because money truly is finite in a way that you know, you could have a blog where everybody puts up anything they consider a scientific publication. It could just be a subreddit, right? Like you could just
Right.
have a subreddit where people just post, and there's no rules, there's no mods, anything, and everybody just posts anything. That would be no moderation. I don't think that's great. But like where that slider is will kind of help decide the kind of quality versus quantity of research. And sorry, my mind's going in a million directions because
Yeah,
there's so much misinformation I wanted to correct.
no, I don't blame you. Like, take your time.
So okay, so let's see if I can just rapid fire some of these out, just to get some of these on the record. So this idea that scientists want to publish lots of papers because the more publications you have, the more prestigious you are. That's just exactly backwards. It's not about how many papers you have. Nobody gives a fuck. It's about how many citations, at least, you have. So one paper that basically starts a new field or a new subfield because it's super innovative, that's what everybody wants. That's the only thing anybody's going after. And when I looked at the Nature paper that Not So Erudite put in the chat that was talking about innovation, and looked at one of its citations, which was talking about R&D innovation, it was saying that pharmaceutical R&D innovation is low right now because people are working so hard to go for new drugs rather than incremental research. So it's just exactly the opposite of what that was. Everybody wants to do big things. Everybody wants to rock the boat. Everybody wants to challenge the orthodoxy. And even that being said, there's a huge argument for incremental research. It's really important to find out the details of things. It's not as sexy, so it's really sexy to find out that atoms are these cool discrete things and they all have like molecular weights. It's important to figure out what all of those molecular weights are. It's not super innovative, but like filling in the periodic table, that's pretty important. So this idea that just because research isn't innovative, it's not like paradigm shattering, I think this is foolish and misguided and kind of an anti-scientific viewpoint to say that like it's got to be, if you're not Einstein or you're not
if our world isn't constantly being flipped over and over like we're doing, like that's where it's like, that's where it's like I'd really care about innovation. Like I think I maybe only mentioned it like once. So, like there might be some evidence like where it seems like maybe there's like, but like like I don't know that we want biology like consider that the theory of evolution that held true, seems like it's no longer true, and like well, now I don't know, something else. Like I don't know if we want like that type of like paradigm shifting. Like it could like, I haven't read the full article, but I think they like maybe touched upon it like, well, it could also just be that like we're just like closer to the truth. So like what need is there to like shift it?
What if since peer review got put into place, things are being overturned less because the research is well verified, and so it doesn't need to be overturned.
Right.
Not that I even buy the premise that like these certain metrics even correlate with like, I'd want to do more research before, because everything I was looking at was like the opposite of what was being said.
I didn't even want to go down that route. I was just like more philosophical. Like I think there's enough research to show that at the very least, like there's some clear flaws with the peer review process. Where like I would recognize it appears to be like working on the whole, but like at least based off of the research that I've done, that like I've shown a little bit on stream of like going back decades of like there appears to be at least some bias in the peer review process, some clear flaws, and yes, I think it's pretty clear that at least some bad research, and even like some great false research, fabricated research gets through, and fortunately some of it does get caught, and misconduct and fraud is exposed. But like I wouldn't go as far as...
There's some legendary cases. So so I had a scientific ethics course during my PhD.
Ethics? What's that?
The legendary, never seen biology ethics. And we learned about this Harvard heart disease research lab that basically kind of founded its own subfield. Really, there's like a researcher. I can Google it and find the name. It's a really well-known case, but there's like generations of grad students were working under this, just I think like fabricated data, and like the conclusions based on that, and the kind of research directions based on that. So it was like generations of researchers were like totally screwed over, and they were taught like how to do science wrong. It's like that, whatever.
The foundation of the
we taught him incorrectly as a joke.
Where like they pretty much like established their career under like false pretenses. Where like it seems like they train.
How do you go back from that? It's like I just found out that everything that I worked on not only was wrong. Like people who work on string theory, arguably they would push back on this, but like there's this is the joke anyway, that it's like, well, we'll have to, like, we're working on it, we won't really know if it's true or false until we kind of like get a lot more experiments, get a lot further. But it's like this whole kind of model could be like not really incorrect, even though it has been useful already, but it could be like not really a good way to think about things. But it's like everybody could be wrong. But this isn't just wrong, this is like fabricated and taught how to do research improperly and unethically, all those things. So I'm not gonna say that everything that's peer review is good.
No, I know.
And this is the critical point. Peer review doesn't say this research was done well. Peer review doesn't say this data wasn't fabricated. Peer review doesn't say that these conclusions are correct. Peer review says this paper is formatted in a way that you can read it. It doesn't contradict itself. You can read the abstract, understand basically what's going on. You can read the methods and roughly be able to know what they did and have some chance of replicating it. And the results somehow follow, or the conclusions somehow follow from the results, and the results somehow are related to the methods. And that sounds like really basic
No,
shit. That
well,
sounds like, well, who cares?
no, I was gonna say I wouldn't
Like,
even go that far, but finish your point.
maybe that's even and it depends a lot on the magazine. Like in like Nature, right? Something like that is probably going to hold like most of the time. Certainly for like the kind of bigger anything that's kind of like cover of Nature, like those kind of really things like
Heavily
that.
scrutinized or publicized, yeah.
Um, like I don't know, like 95% of the paper. I mean, probably 99% of like the papers that somebody submits the first time don't really
Welcome to
hold to
Flavor
that.
Country.
And reading a paper that the results are true, but you look at the methods, you can't really tell what they did. Doesn't really help very much because you're never going to be able to replicate those experiments. You're never going to be able to use it, and you can't ultimately trust it. So peer review is just it's about the communication. It's not about the results per se. Fact checking the data wasn't fabricated, replicating the experiments. That's a different part of the process, and I feel like that got really twisted.
Yeah,
Not
for sure.
not that you were doing this. I felt
No,
like
no,
you were
I know.
pushing back on this.
And so I went to that. That's why it's like, yeah, I take your point that like, how you were describing like the peer review process like just gives this like sort of stamp of approval, like, oh yeah, it's formatted, like you can read it, and like basically the abstract and like the overall findings, like they're not like in direct contradiction of each other. I don't even go that far. I just view the peer review process like, oh, like there have been some third-party eyes on this research. That's about as far as I go. Just because like and maybe this is just like more a testament to like my field. I don't know. But like I don't know if you've had the experience where it's like I'll find like I've there's a replication crisis in science for a reason. Like I've literally tried to like replicate an experiment of like, oh, I found a methodology in this paper, and I have everything to carry it out, and like I don't know, it doesn't work out at all.
Like a biochemistry experiment, or
yeah, like straight like
yeah.
like, oh, I have the chemical reagents, like I've set it up according to like the parameters that they've according to the methods that they outlined of like this concentration, these reagents,
temperature cycles.
yeah, exactly. And it's like I don't know, like it could just be me, but like this I just might be a bad researcher, totally. Like I don't know I don't know what the problem is. Like, do we have replication crisis, or we just have too many bad scientists? I don't know.
Yeah, and that's like so that's a that's another one of those things. So that's an issue that's inherent within the paradigm of peer review. It's like it's an antagonism of peer review. It's almost like talking about like capitalism is like I think it's wrong to say like capitalism is broken even, or something like capitalism is evil, or whatever. It's a system. It generates conditions for antagonisms, and like within peer review, exactly what you said. There's some paper that's published, you try it yourself and you don't get the same results. You're like, I must have done the experiment wrong, and like 100 people all try it, they all say I must have done the experiments wrong, and they don't publish because it's like I don't know, factually speaking, if it's harder to publish negative results. Like I think that's probably a very complicated topic. But it's a fact that negative results aren't published that often, and certainly not as much as they probably need to be.
Yeah, and I do think this is why like I lean more towards like at least changing something about the peer review process. Just because like I could be wrong, but I see part of this replication as like one of the variables at play in terms of generating this replication crisis is like the peer review process and the pretty much the publication process overall. Because like I don't know if it's the case let's say in your field, because you're more in the computational biology part, and so like correct me if I'm wrong, but I imagine you don't do a lot of like wet lab research.
I don't do any wet lab.
Yeah.
And so I'm in a position where I've actually done research that is replicable, um, like to the nth digit. Like I've been able to submit code with a particular seed that you can reproduce my results exactly. Like
Well, yeah, on
here's
command, almost literally, right?
like
Like,
yeah,
yeah,
like here's a software package that will download the exact versions of all the other packages that I used and use the exact seed, and you input the data that I provided
right.
and you get exactly the results. So that's like a super rare case that I'm in where I can communicate research in a way that's like absolutely replicable. It's like
Yeah, no, like it.
it's like identically replicable.
Yeah, I
Uh,
think I think we'd have to question our computational methods if it wasn't like I think all of.
well, you'd be surprised.
I guess so. Yeah,
That's even within that field, that's pretty rare.
yeah,
Um,
but like
despite it being technically usually possible, not even necessarily possible because there's stochastic algorithms that
sure.
produce kind of like random outputs, and even like setting a seed is not so straightforward always. Um, so there's challenges even where it's like almost there to be like technically possible.
Yeah, no,
Uh,
I will fully admit, like, I'm pretty ignorant, on, let's say, the computational methods, or like, you know, I've dabbled a little bit, mostly in just like some, protein modeling. That is my extent of,
mm,
you know, computational biology. That's about it. Um, or like, you know, I've used some modeler, if you're familiar. But yeah, like, so with my wet lab experience, where, and this appears to like, I think hold true for most people wet lab experience, where like yeah, I think one of the driving forces of the replication crisis is it's like, you know, yes, we as scientists, like, we don't cherry pick data, and like you know, we try to repeat our experiments, but like, you know, there's a difference between like you know, data and, you know, publication quality data. It's like, you know, I don't know if you've ever like run a Western or anything like that, or like run an ELIZA. Uh,
I actually have. I've actually um I hope I have like a bunch of photos of these. I've made some like kind of nice looking gels. I was like, you know what? I'm really proud of this.
yeah, you should like, yeah, well, OS where, but yeah, if you have some experience,
Clean, nice bars.
exactly. So you probably know, like, you know, to replicate that, you know, nice band, it's not
Yeah.
always so easy. It's like, well, you'll need it once, at least once, one clear, crisp band, and you just go with that. So like, is that like really true, like replication? It's like I don't like. I think that's one of the reasons why it's like, yeah, sure, you have an n equals one of like this has been successful in generating one crisp, clear band. Unlike
Yeah.
since now that's publication ready, no reason to like why rock the boat. Like I've definitely had those conversations like, oh, it's working now, and it looks good
Yeah.
now. No, let's not
We
waste
could
any.
take a snapshot of exactly how things are, and that's what we're going forward with.
Yeah, you know, tweak the exposure a little bit, then you're good to go. Where it's like I don't like doing that, and like I think that bleeds into like the replication crisis, because it's like there's literally no incentive to like take the time of like, okay, is this like true, you know, repeatability? Because it's like, yeah, it really
Yeah.
is a waste of time. And you know, if you have like if you generating this like one crisp clear band is like that's the linchpin of your story, and like you got it one time, it's like yeah, I don't play like. I agree with you. We as scientists, we should be like, let's double and triple check this. But like, no, if you've got the linchpin, well, just go with that. And that's really disheartening. And
Yeah.
I do think the publication model and the peer review process like plays a part in that. But I don't know how to
So
solve that problem.
so I think the peer review does a lot, in fact, to protect from that. And so it's a tough conversation because it's like, what do you compare it to? Because like right now, say comparing to like free for all publishing or something, it's like it's hard to compare one system to like nothing or to I don't if we don't have a specific other system to compare to, I don't know how to say like
Yeah,
this is making it better or worse.
fair.
But compared to say a free for all, in a free for all, you wouldn't care at all if like if you got any amounts right. There'd be maybe like everything about it. There'd be more publishers. It'd be harder to keep track of who's trustworthy. It would be harder to enforce any kind of ethics, not like human ethics, but ethics of like, I tried this 5 times and it worked once. Like communicating something like that, or so like I've had examples where uh, um, I do a lot of work with like statistical modeling, and so it's like if you run a bunch of statistical tests, you adjust the p-values, right? But a lot of researchers, and it's like, or every researcher will come upon this at some point in their work ever, if you've ever done any statistical modeling, that you try one thing and it doesn't work that well, you try something else and it does work, but you don't necessarily like put all that together. You're like, hey, I tried a t-test and it didn't work that well, and I tried a Wilcoxon test and that worked well, so like that's the test I'm going with, that gives me the kind of results more like that I expected to find. And technically that's like you're crossing a kind of integrity line by not communicating that, by not maybe adjusting your p-values based on the fact that you've done multiple tests that are not like testing lots of things at the same time with one test, but you're kind of going from model to model. That's effectively the same statistical issue that needs to be addressed and communicated. It's so hard, and like you said, there's absolutely no incentive. In fact, the incentives are the other direction, because to communicate that would be to make your results less significant,
Right.
or to make it less clear that this is the kind of result that's occurring. And so thinking about how to further incentivize integrity, it might only be solvable at like a cultural level. I don't know how you give out brownie points for that in a way that like matters on your CV or matters when you apply to an NSF grant or an NIH grant. That's the kind of question that we need to be thinking about and trying to figure out how to solve. How do we make it so that, wow, this person corrected their p-values even when they didn't have to and nobody would have known? Like how do we give them extra credit? And it's because you only ever know really in the opposite direction, where somebody did something so egregious and it was found out,
Hmm.
like maybe decades later, and then it actually had some consequence of like being wrong, or you could prove that they, I've heard of situations where it's like cutting slides and pasting them together, like really.
Yeah, I've known some cases of like some microscopy images where it's like this is like
It's
the
like a Sharpie,
yeah,
and
or like it's the same image but like they rotate it or just manipulate it where it's like, yeah, this is image 1 and it's labeled like this is image 2 from whatever totally separate sample, like it's the same sample but just like slightly like rotated or something, or like it's like it's the same image as the previous panel but like at a different like angle, just to like make it look like it's brand new. And it's like and there are cases of like of that like getting past peer review. That's where it's like I can understand.
and that's okay, because like in every walk of life, like you could be a jet pilot and you could have an excellent career for 20 years and then one day decide to fly drunk and crash a plane, and there's no induction in the real world, certainly not around human behavior. There's no system in the world anywhere that ensures that nobody ever just does something wrong
Yeah.
one day.
No, of course. Like nobody's perfect, and that is that's a bad expectation to have. Like I agree with you.
If you want to like just behave unethically at some point, and like if you get caught, then you're screwed. Like there's only so far that can go, and like raising the penalty is like, what if we have like a death penalty? Like it doesn't seem to help prevent crimes.
But maybe scientific crime and scientific fraud different, so maybe it might be effective.
Yeah,
I'm
maybe,
obviously joking.
if you use T's instead of error bars, death penalty. I don't know. But what I would really like to see is some way to push forward, like behaving extremely ethically or going really far out to make your data replicable. Some way to get something more for people who do that. Some way to directly incentivize that good kind of above and beyond behavior. And that's something that, as far as I can tell, only at a cultural level, you really have not a good way. You do the best you can. You can influence the people around you, and you can do that personally.
Yeah.
And try to influence
it's the only thing that's in your personal control. Like your own personal culture, and hopefully that just gets disseminated. Hopefully.
Yeah. And if there's a way at an institutional level to really push that forward, I think that's what I would want to think about of how to make a difference in terms of replicability. There's a lot of things that contribute to that crisis, and first of all, again, I think we need to be really specific about like what fields we're talking about. Is like 90% of this driven by, I don't want to pick on anything or anybody who I'm gonna call out. I don't know if it's like psychology or something. Is that the who's the culprit? Is there like one field that it's like 90% of the replicability crisis is coming from, where it's like you get really different results?
I have no problem calling as much. I totally cover actually a lot of psychological research on my own stream, but I have no problem calling out the field of psychology. Not that
but even physics has these issues, like like the hardest science, right? Where you have somebody publishes a result, and there's like a name for this effect where where some phenomenon disappears over time, because it's kind of like at first somebody published something, everybody's excited about it, maybe some prestigious lab put it out, people who get a contrary result don't publish it, and so it kind of stays for a while, but then people start publishing it, and over time it kind of regresses to the truth.
Right.
I don't see this as like a broken system, like where we're wrong for a while and then we eventually figure out that we're right. If that's how science works, I can sleep at night living with that. If we can do better, I think it comes down to understanding our errors better, understanding and quantifying how well we actually believe the results that we get. If we have some psychological study with 20 people or 10 people or 5 people and we get some results, and we do another study with 5 other people and get a different result, I don't know that we can say that the first study was wrong. Like,
yeah,
I don't know that we can say anything, right? Like,
yeah.
So
yeah, I was gonna say, so yeah, I agree with you that yeah, the only thing that we really have only control, like basically, yeah, in order to hopefully increase integrity among scientists, like the only thing that, like, that's sort of a cultural problem. But I do think there's something to be said. I think like Erudite explicitly mentioned like perverse incentives. I do think there's a little bit of some of that at play. But I wonder, let's say, how you feel about, like, so, like, how would you deal, or like, do you have any ideas about how to deal with, like, scientific fraud or misconduct, especially like at the faculty level, or like how do you feel about tenureship and all that stuff? Because the reason I mentioned that, where, like, yeah, if you weren't, if you didn't see part of the panel where a homozygote came on, I'll try to describe the position as best I can, like my understanding, try to get your thoughts on it. So I understand the position. They were basically making the argument, again, the way I understand it, is pretty much like really bolstering the peer review process. kind of like turning it into basically a government institution. I think they explicitly mentioned, I'm not super familiar with all of the, but I think part of like the Office of whatever, Scientific Integrity or something like that, where it's like you have pretty much like, you have dedicated full-time paid scientists, pretty much like a explicitly, like, public institution devoted to peer review. And then in combination with potentially like increasing penalties towards those who are proven to have engaged in scientific fraud or scientific misconduct, and also you have scientists devoted to like scientific fraud and misconduct. You have any thoughts based off of how I describe? Like,
Yeah.
this is just my understanding of their position. I could be getting it wrong.
I think that, so it depends exactly how what the scope of that is. So I don't know if that could or should replace the kind of conscript army of reviewers that gets called to action. I've looked at cases of fraud and misconduct where I've felt like there should be like some kind of like criminal or legal penalties for this, like things that are so egregious, and especially so I'm within the kind of computational biology but medical field. I work at cancer research, or sorry, at a cancer at a cancer drug startup. And I've worked in cancer research for a long time. And it's like when you get into, fraud regarding data that ends up going toward like medical outcomes, I don't have any sympathy for somebody getting some kind of criminal charge for like gross fraud or negligence within certainly specific kind of scientific domains, and having a team of researchers to investigate that sounds amazing. Having in terms of like reviewing publications, I'm not quite sure how that could mesh with like the private is my mic cutting in and out? Oh no.
I hear you on my end currently.
Just on my, oh no. It's weird. Should be.
I think maybe you cut out for like a split, but like it was not enough for me to like not hear what you were saying.
Oh, someone on my my stream is saying that. Okay. Well, I guess we'll see. But for someone who's really committing like gross fraud and negligence in terms of scientific research, because it's not just affecting them. It's affecting, like you said, all their grad students. It's affecting the postdocs who work in their lab. It's affecting the researchers who are working in their lab, and it's eventually affecting patients. I see that making sense in terms of like if you have a magazine and they have their editor working with with some reviewers to review your publication. I'm not quite sure how that could mesh with like a government program. I can't imagine right now what that could look like. I'm not saying that it couldn't work. I'm just having trouble thinking of that on the spot of what that would look like.
No, I definitely don't expect you to like have my limited description of the system like fully fleshed out in your. That's an unfair expectation.
But I can say definitely in terms of when you're asking me like what is your opinion of like these systems and tenure and some of these issues within academia, my main response to that is that I decided I want to go into industry. That's why.
So I know what that means, but maybe for the general audience at large, the implication is like
that I was upset was left out of the conversation, which is that I don't know by the numbers if it's half or a third or 2/3 or whatever, but the two main kind of domains of scientific research are occurring either in academic institutions, so like universities, or kind of like nonprofits that are getting government grants, or they're occurring in companies. So pharmaceutical companies, startups, etc., that are actually making drugs. Um, and it's especially relevant because Wick especially, I think, was talking about, and I'm sorry, Wick, to keep calling you out. I'll talk to you in person about this. I'm not trying to.
I think we know Wiccan, like, he's not going to take it personally. And I
Yeah.
think he knows enough that we don't have, like, ill intentions. And I will
Yeah.
also say,
Yeah.
Wick has tarnished my reputation behind my back unintentionally. I say that
Oh no.
jokingly, but, like,
Okay.
I've called him out for
um.
him trying to, he improperly described one of my positions
mm, mhm.
behind my back. But yeah, go
Well,
on.
I think that I'm properly describing
Yeah, yeah,
at least what he said, which is that he was talking about a lot of like inventions. Like he was saying, like, oh, all these things got invented like
printing
60 years
press,
ago before peer
we
review,
split the
all this
atom.
stuff. And these are inventions. These are like products. This happens in industry where we really don't give a fuck about peer review. When it comes to like what we're putting out, when it comes to what we're reading in order to absorb information um, for creating drugs, we're looking at peer-reviewed papers, of course. But we're not like, hey, let me Google something. Oh, is it peer-reviewed? Like, it's a little bit more thoughtful and detailed what the process is than that. We're looking at peer-reviewed information, but in terms of us putting that out, we're not. There is no publish or perish in industry. Industry is you work at a company.
It's mostly
like
not public. Like, I can only speak for
it's mostly not published. Sometimes we publish to kind of get it out there because sometimes we try to keep certain things proprietary, or sometimes we publish to kind of take credit for it.
Yeah.
And publication is, to a large degree, kind of, so it's partly communication. That's like that's one very important part.
Yeah, or like a press
broadly for the
release.
scientific community.
Yeah.
But the other part that is important is kind of taking credit for a discovery and saying, hey, like, we did this. And it's not some ego thing, although it feels good to get your publication out there and have it be recognized. But it's important to say, like, okay, who did this work? Who is kind of responsible for these results? And this is a big thing when it comes to replicability or so many issues. What people don't understand, maybe outside of scientific domains, is like, you're a grad student for 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 years, or if you're a master's student for just a few years, and then you're out of that lab. You're a postdoc and you do some research at somewhere, maybe for a year, 2 years, 3 years, maybe 5 years, maybe for a while.
Yeah.
And then you're out of that lab, and then you're somewhere else. If you're a PI, you might be at a lab for a long time. But so many of the researchers are in and out of different labs. And so saying, like, being able to contact somebody and say, hey, this paper you wrote 4 years ago, this piece of the data, I can't find it, or I can't access it, or there's some issue with it I'm trying to replicate. It's not so simple as, like, well, you might think it just like some company or something. Oh, they just have this away somewhere. It's like you did the research, you published it, and some people will be really good at, like, going back and, like, hey, I've still got those scripts lying around, or hey, I've still got, like, a lab manual, like a lab notebook. Like, maybe I can look that up and find more information for you. But a lot of the time, it's not going to be able to, just because they moved on with their life. It's like saying somebody who used to work at some job, calling them up at their home.
Yeah.
And saying, like, hey,
what do these
my
files
Apple product
say?
doesn't work.
Yeah.
You used to be an Apple genius. Like, debug this for me.
Yeah, that's totally fair. And also, like, that's my experience as well. As like, so, I currently also I work for a biotech startup, but we're a scientific instrumentation company. I'm like totally, like, we have a lot of data, but the vast majority, like, is unpublished data. Just because, like, yeah, we don't necessarily want to, like, give away trade secrets, so to speak. And so, like, so it seems like, based off of, like, your decision to, like, go into industry, is, like, at least my understanding from what I interpret, it's, like, driven by, I guess, some of the things that you view as problematic in academia, where it's like, so you brought up, like, you have potentially no issues. Where like, yeah, if someone is caught conducting, fraudulent or scientific research, in the context of, let's say, a pharmaceutical that has, broader human implications, then you might be.
Or at a an academic institution that's
Yeah, that's what I
in
want.
that field and might be picked up by
Right, so that's what I wanted to clarify. So like,
Yeah.
but what if it's just like, so I do like more foundational research where
Yeah.
like, yeah, so like in that, like, if I publish like my E. coli research, I'm like, it's fraudulent.
with like a few steps down the line.
Yeah, exactly. We're like,
Yeah.
yeah, somewhere down, like, if we do enough foundational research, yes, like somewhere down the line, a pharmaceutical company can develop a therapeutic, but that's like, way down the line.
Mhm.
So like, how, as in like, you're potentially okay with, some sort of like, legal penalty, if it's like, human, research for human applications, but then like, as in like, so
I've less of a strong gut feeling like, wow, this person should be in jail if it's like if it
not in jail, but that's
yeah,
why, yeah, go ahead.
fines, something. I don't know. Like there literally are cases where I'm like, I think this person actually should be in jail. That Harvard Heart Lab PI, who was like convincing his grad students to do fraudulent research. I actually think someone like that should serve like maybe 6 months, a year, something like that. Is so egregious and so damaging, to patients, but also to so many people's careers. That's like such an abuse of power, and such like, mentoring people toward the dark side, toward the Sith of scientific research. We're just like, oh, how do we get the good p-values? We just write whatever numbers we want. Like that's so bad. To be clear, if you're like at a pharma company, so it's like the company I'm at, it's like if we did anything, anywhere like a hundredth as bad as any of that, we would already go to jail. So like if you're already working directly with, doing clinical trials, stuff like that, and you're already going to jail.
And typically, there's a lot more eyes on that anyways. So like, it's almost like being peer reviewed, like actively throughout the process. A little bit less of an issue.
But if you're doing, if you're say working at an academic institution, and there's, I guess, like, it would be reported maybe. So at my school that I was at when I was doing my PhD, we had hotlines for reporting when we think there's something wrong going on in terms of a lab, in terms of research, in terms of working conditions, even in terms of things like that. We actually had like a hotline that we could call and discuss with somebody and talk about. I guess it was the Office of the Ombuds, which I don't know if like every school necessarily has.
Yeah, I was gonna like, totally, my university has like an ombudsman office, but like it seems like you had like a dedicated
they did an outreach thing where they did like a presentation. They're like, hey, come to this, we'll tell you about it. And like,
yes,
like they were pretty good about like, but I'm sure it's not like that.
Yeah, no, like, not, that's where I want to clarify, like, I see that as a potentially a good thing, but if that's like reflected, like,
that's excellent. And if that connected eventually maybe to some government institution where they could investigate even further, I don't know if you'd get into some weird situation where like the university versus the government, the university would get all their lawyers because they don't like, I don't know if something like that would happen. If it's internal and they can handle it, that might almost be better. So maybe what it should be is academic institutions should be required to have ombuds offices with some level of resources put toward them and some kind of third-party overview to overview the overviewers, so that the overviewers can handle it internally, and then there's no kind of conflict with the institution versus some agency, but the office within the institution can handle those kind of issues, and at the very least, like, fire some of these, maybe maybe there should be some government regulation that like they should have to disclose why they're firing researchers. It can't just be like, oh hey, we just let this person go. They have to say like they were caught, fraudulently altering scientific data or something like that.
Yeah.
I can see how that could be good.
Yeah.
I actually have to run for tonight. If you
no, I totally
have a
understand.
last
Like,
word.
no,
and I would love to do this again sometime.
Yeah, absolutely. And also thank you for coming on to chat. It's always great to chat with you, especially a fellow scientist that like, part of the frustration on the panel, like I said, was like talking to people that like you don't like. I appreciate your willingness to like learn and come on the panel, but like you also like are clearly not familiar with the peer review process. Unlike you're talking about things that like have no relation to the peer review process. Like to actively engage with someone that's familiar, that's fantastic. What I would I'll leave with this just as a simple question of like, so are you potentially okay with like, okay, if it's just like foundational research and it was shown to be fraudulent or like gross misconduct, are you okay with like a faculty member like losing their job or position?
I'd say in general, yeah. I feel like that's a complicated question to answer.
Yeah, I know it's a loaded question, but like you would lean towards.
Yeah, overall, yeah.
Yeah, that's my leaning is like I'm not just like you. I'm not going to commit to the answer, but like yeah, in terms of like how to deal with like scientific fraud or misconduct at the foundational level, like yeah, I agree with you. Like my E. coli research has less broader implications to humanity. But like if my PI was found to engage in fraudulent research, like I would want something to be done as opposed to like well, just try again next time.
So it's a yes and because there also has to be a system for not just punishing misconduct, but for propping up best practices. Because if you raise the level of what is good, like high integrity scientific research, not even at the level of it affects patients, something like that, but just well done scientific research, as you raise that bar, more and more research will fall under it because it's just not at a good enough level of quality in terms of the way that it's done. So I would like to see that standard raise in a way that also raises the research without feeling like it's just about like punishment, but it's a way to feel like okay, this wasn't gross misconduct. There's levels because
I
like
understand.
you literally just wrote the data that you wanted to find. That's like the most direct kind of egregious one if you just cut the slides together. Okay, but then there's like you left out some data.
Yeah, or some oversight.
Like, you left out some analysis. So you did certain analyses, and some of these analyses contradicted what you said, but you took the analyses that didn't contradict or that supported the kind of conclusions you wanted, ran with those. That's not really considered misconduct.
No, I'd say that's flawed research, right?
That's
but not misconduct or fraud. Yeah, no, like.
But it's like it's almost universal that happens, and it's like for the standard to remove those flaws and imperfections from the research without just now punishing people, like a kind of Twitter dragging approach to scientific integrity.
Yeah, more carrot, less stick, I think is the overall.
More carrot, less stick. Yeah, really well said.
I agree with you. I think that's a good note to end on, because that's pretty much my overall philosophy. Like, yeah, more carrot, less stick.
Thank you so much for having me on.
Yeah, always a pleasure, and hopefully talk to you again soon. Take care and be well.
Absolutely. All right, take care.
That was great, as always. Love a good chat. Definitely love a good chat with a fellow scientist. I know Socrates quite well. They're super great. And definitely enjoy their perspective. And also is a little bit reassuring that they appear to be quite as frustrated with the panel as I was. Oh wow, thank you so much for the raid, Socrates. I was just saying how much of a great chat that was, and shout out to you. Hopefully I can get this right. If you're not following Socrates, you definitely should be. Yeah. I'd be more than happy to chat again, not only about, further chat about peer review, but anything at all. Oh yeah. And I'll do my best to tune into that. And yeah, I hope you have a lovely evening. But yeah, as I was saying, it was reassuring. I will fully admit I might be crazy, but it was a little bit reassuring here from Socrates that there was some frustration on his part as well, in terms of like hearing the panel. So either we're both crazy, or we're both not crazy. But regardless, I'm gonna try and see how the conversation with Tuna goes tomorrow. And then credit to Tuna Chip, who was on the panel. It seems like I don't know their background, so I have no idea if they have any experience in science. Yeah, and that's totally, like, believe me, I've made peace with my craziness a long time ago. So me being crazy is not a surprise to me. And yeah, and I'm totally okay with it. But yeah, and so yeah, like I was saying, like Tuna Chip on the panel, it seems like they were like mostly there to like learn and also like give their positions and maybe push back a bit. Where it's like, yeah, it seems like they recognized that they weren't like fully informed on the peer review process, unlike they were mostly approaching it from a curiosity aspect, which I totally respect. It was definitely something. And maybe somewhere down the road, I'll review the panel, or like just maybe some clips here and there. But yeah, I have. There's a lot that I can say, but probably not all that interesting. So like yeah, to maybe like close the chapter for now, like on peer review, where like pretty much I think Socrates and I are on the same page. Where like yeah, we both don't go so far as to say that the peer review process or system is broken. But totally, there are some flaws with it, or at the very least, room for improvement. I think we'd both agree on that. It's just a matter of like, how do we improve? And it seems like we were both on the same page of like the journal eLife, and let's say the experiment that they're running with peer review. But yeah. So as I was covering, there's quite a bit of research showing the flaws in the peer review process. Not necessarily that's broken, but clear flaws. And this goes back, quite a bit. So this is an article from 1997, but it is not, this is a commentary on another study. So like this paper itself is not a study, but it's commenting on another study. Or like as they say here at the top, in the first ever analysis of peer review scores for postdoctoral fellowship applications, the system is revealed as being riddled with prejudice. The policy of secrecy and evaluation must be abandoned. And then there's also like research like this, where evaluation of spin in abstracts of papers in psychology journals, where again it seems like as part of the peer review process is like kind of like pretty much explicitly putting spin, depending on your field, like into your research. And again, there's even more research showing this gender bias in peer review, where I think this was a little bit more of a recent article. Yeah, 2017. And this is from that journal, eLife, who has recently changed their peer review process. So yeah, peer review is the cornerstone of scholarly publishing, and it is essential that peer reviewers are appointed on the basis of their expertise alone. However, it is difficult to check for any bias in the peer review process because the identity of peer reviewers generally remains confidential. Here, using public information about the identities of 9,000 editors and 43,000 reviewers from the Frontiers series of journals, we show that women are underrepresented in the peer review process, that editors of both genders operate with substantial same gender preference, and that the mechanisms of this homophily, or homophily, I'm not exactly how to pronounce that, are gender dependent. We also showed that homophily will persist even if numerical parity between genders is reached, highlighting the need for increased efforts to combat subtler forms of gender bias in scholarly publishing. And again, further research, reproducibility of peer review in clinical neuroscience. So this is a little bit of an older article as well, published in 2000, over 2 decades ago. But here, they pretty much like explicitly test out, this reproducibility aspect. Or as they say, we aimed to determine the reproducibility of assessments made by independent reviewers of papers submitted for publication to clinical neuroscience journals and abstracts submitted for presentation at clinical neuroscience conferences. So this is, I would say, pretty important to keep in mind. This is clinical neuroscience. So it's not just, neuroscience, it's clinical neuroscience. Shang Yang Gang, thank you so much for the follow. Much appreciated. Definitely quite the username. Happy to have you here. Hope you're doing well. So this is neuroscience with, human implications or applications. Clinical neuroscience. We studied 2 journals in which manuscripts were routinely assessed by 2 reviewers, and 2 conferences in which abstracts were routinely scored by multiple reviewers. Agreement between the reviewers as to whether manuscripts should be accepted, revised, or rejected was not significantly greater than that expected by chance. Okay, so they are literally comparing random chance. And as they explicitly say, the decision on whether to accept, revise, or reject was pretty much no different than random chance. For 179 consecutive papers submitted to Journal A, and was for 116 papers submitted to Journal B. However, editors were very much more likely to publish papers when both reviewers recommended acceptance than when they disagreed or recommended rejection. There was little or no agreement between the reviewers as to the priority, low, medium, or high for publication. Abstracts submitted for presentation at the conferences were given a score of 1, 4, to 6, excellent, by multiple independent reviewers. For each conference, analysis of variance of the scores given to abstracts revealed that differences between individual abstracts accounted for only 10 to 20% of the total variance of the scores. Thus, although recommendations made by reviewers have considerable influence on the fate of both papers submitted to journals and abstracts submitted to conferences, agreement between reviewers in clinical neuroscience was little greater than would be expected by chance alone. Again, not necessarily pointing to the peer review process being broken, but some clear flaws in the peer review process. And again, this is also a little bit more of a little more recent article, 2020, so just a couple years old. The limitations to our understanding of peer review, and this is just an overall, I think this is an overall good summary of the peer review process. I'm probably going to go through this a little bit more on another stream. I'm going to say, and I already covered this, but this goes back almost 20 years. Second. Where again, pretty much the overall message, a flawed process at the heart of science and journals. That is the process of peer review. So I'm going to leave it there. For now, I think I'm going to call it for this. I gotta get up early tomorrow, unfortunately. And I've streamed quite a bit today. I think I've streamed a total of about 7 hours. Maybe 6 with the workout stream. So let's see if I can find someone to read into. But yeah, there's a lot of science and news that I have wanted to cover. So like, yeah, there appears to be kind of like a mass exodus from science. And there are multiple reasons, at least in my mind, there are multiple reasons. One of them is just like the culture of science or academia as a whole, where like this overworked, underpaid culture of academia, and a whole host of, let's say, I would say the overall toxic culture of academia. There's also some other cool articles. So this article, this is totally on a separate topic. But as someone who follows a plant-based diet, and this was published fairly recently, technically last year, but within the past month. But this is research about cultured meat, and what looks like, you know, a pretty decently sized step towards, you know, the mass rollout of cultured meat. Where it's like, yeah, the spontaneous immortalization of chicken fibroblasts generates stable, high-yield cell lines for serum-free production of cultured meat. And this seems like an overall, like, pretty cool, highly technical article. Like, I definitely don't have the expertise to cover all of it. But I think overall, there's some cool key findings to extract. Yeah, exactly. Synthetic chicken. You know, chicken from a vat instead of chicken from a chicken. Chicken from a bioreactor instead of chicken. And there's also, you know, other articles about, you know, AI. And AI is affecting everything. It's affecting art. It's affecting science. It's affecting medicine. And there's more and more research like this, showing how maybe AI is, you know, better able to read the results of a colonoscopy than an actual, maybe. But I'll save those probably next stream. Here, yeah, science reveals link between gut health and exercise motivation. This was actually published like today or like a few days ago. But all for future streams. There's always so much content that I want to cover. That's, you know, better to have too much content. So let's see, who can we raid into? I think we will raid into, looks like Kid Not Kin is streaming. I think we're gonna raid into them, so I'm gonna set that up. But yeah, I want to thank everyone that passed by. That's pretty true. Always a pleasure. Happy to see you. Bob Marley, Louis 13, Socrates, and also thank you so much for the chat, Socrates. Super grateful and always happy. Pass by. Sir Leviticus. I'm gonna be missing a bunch of people. Oh, Jesus, thank you so much for passing by. And yeah, I'm missing a bunch of people. Oh, and Equalizing Distort. Oh, and London's Grimiest. Good evening. Thank you so much for passing by. And thank you for the new follows. Yeah, thank you, and good morning to you as well. So yeah, that's gonna be it for this stream. My next stream, probably gonna be on Thursday. I have a workout stream scheduled. So my next stream is probably gonna be a workout stream. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to do a science stream until next weekend. I'm gonna try, but I can't guarantee it. I think maybe maybe Friday will be my next science stream. But I think what's as of right now, the only thing that I have scheduled is a workout stream on Thursday. I'm gonna try and stream before then, but I can't. Probably not gonna happen. And yeah, thank you, followers. Yeah, thank you, everyone. You said it better than I could. So we're gonna, whoops. We're gonna raid into Kid Not Kin. Set that up. And yeah, thank you, everyone. Much appreciated. And again, thank you, Socrates. Always grateful. And if you're not following Kid Not Kin, definitely do that. You're a very cool streamer. And until next time, take care and be well.
Or we seen in particular ways regarding gender, like I feel like this is where like the problem is, you know. Corey Campbell raiding with a party